Chapter 700. It was like a lover whispering in the ear, or a mother softly singing a lullaby. Every sound was clear, but also seemed to be infinitely far away, roaming the horizon, boundless and boundless. It was light, soothing, and made people drowsy. Yes, there were many people present who were addicted to this music. Their eyes were half closed, and their eyelids were so heavy that it was difficult to keep them open. There were also some people who closed their eyes and leaned on the soft sofa to take a nap while listening to the music. In such a bustling city, to be able to have a comfortable sleep without worries was also an infinitely beautiful thing in life. What Li Junling's Junwei Clubhouse sold was not only character, service, network resources, personal space, but also to lighten the burden. Listening to a little song could remove most of your worries. At least for a while, you could completely relax. In this way, what else could you ask for? In the sound of the piano, a group of young men and women with extraordinary taste came to the entrance of Junling Clubhouse. The leader was a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. His facial features were as handsome as a sculpture, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. There was a charming smile on his face. Any woman who saw him would easily have a good impression of him, and then get lost in his gentle trap. When the man walked to the entrance of Junwei Clubhouse, he suddenly stopped. The people in front stopped, and the people behind also stopped at the same time. "Young Master Qin, what happened?" A beautiful woman wearing a small black suspender asked aloud. She seemed to have a good impression of this young Master Qin. When she spoke, her smile was bright, and she deliberately showed the charming little dimples on both sides of her cheeks. When she bowed slightly, the front of the small suspender would shrug down. As long as the man slightly lowered his head, he could see the snow-white and tender little white rabbits in his eyes. "Shoo!" The man made a shushing gesture and said aloud, "Junling is playing the piano." When the girl heard this, she still had a smile on her face, but there was a flash of anger in her eyes. When the others heard this, they immediately understood and laughed. "So it's sister-in-law playing the piano." Everyone listened carefully, a man wearing a Versace fishnet suit said with a smile. "Luo Xiaodao, with your junior high school education level, can you understand our sister-in-law's zither?" A man with long hair said with a smile. "Stop arguing. Can't you see that our young master accent is already listening attentively?" Everyone quieted down and listened to the melodious sound of the piano coming from the club seriously or pretentiously. The handsome greeter at the entrance of the club wanted to invite these VIPs in, but seeing that they were listening carefully at the door, he had to give up the idea. At the end of the song, the handsome young man took the lead in applauding and walked toward Jun Xiwen's office. The young people behind him also applauded. Their applause blended with the applause inside the venue, and the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. Next to the $1 million Steinway ruby and ebony piano, Li Junling stood up and bowed deeply to the guests present. When she looked up, she happened to meet the eyes of the young man who was standing in front of her and applauding enthusiastically. "Junling, you played so well. Deep feelings can be seen in a calm place, and thunder can be seen in a silent place. Your zither skills are getting better and better." Qin Cheng said with a smile, "When I was standing at the door just now, I didn't dare to approach, for fear of disturbing your music. It was not until the end of the song that I dared to come and say hello to you." Li Junling smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, young master. You are a distinguished guest of my Junling Club. You can just come in and listen to the music. Why do you need to stand at the door? People who don't know will think that I shut you out. If that's the case, I'll have committed a grave sin." Qin Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Junling, it's okay for others to call me young master, but you also call me young master. We are about to become a family. Do you need to be so distant?" Li Junling looked up at him and said, "I think it's good." The smile on Qin Cheng's face froze for a moment, and then returned to normal. She said with a smile, "It's rare for me to come here. How about having a drink together? I also have a few words to say to you." Li Junling refused and said, "Young master, it's really inconvenient today. I happen to have friends coming over. I just had someone send 2 bottles of wine over. Now I have to go and entertain them. Oh, Junling's friends. Junling's friends are also my friends. Qin Cheng said with a smile. Let's go together. I can also go and say hello to your friends. Otherwise, they will blame me for being too rude. Young master. Li Junling was still thinking about what reason to refuse. What? Junling thinks that I can't be seen. Qin Cheng said with a smile, this will hurt me too much. Li Junling knew that Qin Cheng was determined to go with him, so he nodded and said, then let's go together. When Li Junling brought Qin Cheng to the autumn whisper box, Fang Yan was competing with Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, the 2 girls, in drinking. The 2 bottles of Flame Snake had been almost finished by them. His alcohol tolerance was pretty good, and Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's alcohol tolerance had also greatly increased. When he first met them, they were still underage junior high school students. They were as pure as a little white flower. They blushed when they talked to boys. Of course, this referred to Yuan Lin. The first meeting between Fang Yan and Jiang Qin was full of legends. Until now, Fang Yan still clearly remembered that when he woke up, he happened to bump into the head of the girl who sneaked in. The girl was hot-tempered. She pointed at Fang Yan and scolded, "You dare to touch the butcher's daughter. Do you believe that my father will chop you to death?" The butcher didn't chop Fang Yan to death, but the butcher's daughter and Fang Yan became very good friends. You 2 are good at drinking. Fang Yan smiled and said, it seems that the entertainment circle is really a big dive at. Jiang Qin was a little nervous and quickly explained, Mr. Fang, we don't usually drink outside. If there is a wine party that needs us to attend, Sister Xia will help us push it off. Sister Xia has a very strong background. Those people can't afford to offend her, and they don't dare to force us. We learned our drinking capacity from Sister Xia. When Sister Xia has nothing to do, she likes to cook a table of dishes for me and Yuan Lin to accompany her to drink. Yuan Lin nodded. She knew that the outside world didn't have a good evaluation of the entertainment circle. She didn't want Fang Yan to think of them as girls who didn't know how to be good for themselves. She said, yes, yes. We won't accompany those bad men to drink. We will only accompany Sister Xia and Mr. Fang to drink. Fang Yan looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin seriously and said, I know. I believe in you. You were my good students before, and you will be my good students in the future. Also, no matter what happens, you can tell Xia Tian and me. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do, unless you do it yourself. I know you won't do it. Jiang Qin looked at Fang Yan with red eyes and said, Mr. Fang, don't worry. We won't do those things that don't know how to love ourselves, and no one can force us to do those things. Yuan Lin said with a straight face, no one can bully us. We are very powerful now. Fang Yan smiled and wanted to reach out to touch Jiang Qin's head. He raised his hand in the air and withdrew it in embarrassment. This habit was formed in the past. At that time, the 2 of them were still junior high school girls. At the age of 13 or 14, they were as tender as a little red flower that had just bloomed. When they met again, they had been in the entertainment circle for many years. Their knowledge and experience were different from before, and their age and figure had also changed greatly. The small steamed buns from before had now become big steamed buns. Jiang Qin was thin, and the development of her chest was not so obvious. Yuan Lin's body was round, and her chest was quite developed. Now, they could no longer be treated as children. Noticing Fang Yan's action, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin also looked embarrassed. They held the wine glasses in their hands and took small sips, no longer saying anything. In such an atmosphere, Li Junling brought a group of people over with a vigorous and spectacular feeling. I didn't disturb you, did I? Li Junling stood at the door of the private room and looked at Fang Yan with a smile on his face. No. Fang Yan said with a smile. Looking at the many young men and women behind Li Junling, he asked, who are these? let me introduce you. Li Junling said. I'm Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng took the initiative to extend his hand to Fang Yan, looked at Li Junling apologetically, and said, the reason why I interrupted Junling's introduction is because I know that he will definitely not introduce my real status, and I really want the outside world to know and recognize that layer of my identity. Fang Yan reached out and shook hands with Qin Cheng. When he saw this man, his first impression was that he did not dislike him, and he was very curious about what kind of relationship Qin Cheng had. Could he be the son of a big shot? In a place like Yanjing City, it was not surprising to meet 3 to 5 members of a ministerial family for a meal. Qin Cheng looked at Li Junling tenderly and said, I'm Junling's fiancé. If there are no accidents, we should get married next year. You see, when a man meets a woman he likes, he can't help but show off in front of others. So, sometimes, you really can't blame women for being too vain. Men also love to be vain. Master, master, master. Fang Yan praised in his heart, this is a master at picking up girls. Chapter 701. There is a kind of man who can make women like him and not be hated by men. I'm not talking about Fang Yan. Fang Yan had a lot of friends, but his enemies could line up from Yanjing's General Road to Jingjin's Second Road. He was elegant, witty, and truly considerate of others. Every sentence was to express his love for his fiancée. Qin Cheng was indeed the kind of charismatic person who had the ability to kill both men and women. After saying this, the girls behind him looked at him with intoxicated eyes, and even Li Junling's face showed a touch of shyness. In any case, being praised by an outstanding man was an irresistible temptation for any woman. Fang Yan held Qin Cheng's hand and said with a smile, you must be a man who is very popular with girls. I won't belittle myself on this point. Qin Cheng nodded and said, but I still hope to be liked by the woman I like. You also know that it is very easy for a man to like a woman, but it is very difficult for a man to like a woman. After Fang Yan understood the subtle difference between the words like and like, he nodded approvingly and said, there are 3,000 waters, but I only take 1 ladle to drink. It seems that we are the same kind of people. Qin Cheng shook Fang Yan's hand slightly and said, just now Junling didn't have time to introduce you. May I know your surname? Surname is not expensive. Fang Yan said. Surname is Fang, Fang means square. Fang Yan, Yan is the flame of 2 fires. Fang Yan. Qin Cheng's face slightly stiffened. Even he, who was good at hiding his emotions, had such an obvious change when he heard the name Fang Yan. He said, Fang Yan. You are Fang Yan of Huacheng. I am also Fang Yan of Yanjing. Fang Yan saw the subtle changes on Qin Cheng's face and said, after all, my hometown is closer to Yanjing, so it belongs to Yanjing. Qin Cheng pulled his hand away, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. There was a strong hostility in his eyes. He looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were standing behind Fang Yan, and said sarcastically, I've long heard of Mr. Fang's name. I heard that Mr. Fang is young, talented, elegant, and often accompanied by beautiful women. Now that I've seen you today, Mr. Fang, you're really lucky with women, aren't you? Qin Cheng. Li Junling didn't expect Qin Cheng to suddenly get mad at Fang Yan. He quickly stopped him and said, Fang Yan is my friend. Qin Cheng looked at Li Junling with a gentle expression. Even at a time like this, he could still maintain a smile and said, Junling, not everyone is qualified to be our friend. It's better not to have friends like this. Jiang Qin was angry. He jumped up and stared at Qin Cheng and said, Hey, how can you say that? Do you have any manners? That's right. You say it as if others are willing to be friends with you. Yuan Lin also said, who took the initiative to run into someone else's box to get close to them. Fang Yan's face also became embarrassed. He was not angry at what Qin Cheng said, not everyone is qualified to be our friend. He felt that Qin Cheng's words were very correct. In this world, not everyone was qualified to be your friend. He was angry that Qin Chang said he was lucky with women. Who did he think Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were to him? Fang Yan stared at Qin Chang and said, I know you may have heard of me somewhere. Maybe there is some hatred between us that even I don't know about, but if there is anything, come to me. Don't get these girls involved, okay? They are all my girls. They are very clean and pure children. Qin Chang sneered and said, if that's the case, of course, it can't be better. However, your character is obviously not so trustworthy. You already have a girlfriend, but you hook up with other women. I'm afraid it's not so easy to be a phoenix man. Fang Yan looked at Qin Chang and said calmly, if you don't tell me clearly, I will let you see me clearly. Is this a threat? This is a warning. Qin Chang laughed and adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked at Fang Yan and said, to be honest, whether it is a threat or a warning, it sounds like a joke. Our Qin family never threatens others, but we never accept other people's threats. Our Qin family never warns others, but we are not afraid of other people's warnings. If you don't know the weight of the two words Qin family, then go out and ask around. This guy is stupid, isn't he? How dare he threaten the Qin family? A man in a small checkered striped suit said. An ant thinks it is strong and always wants to challenge an elephant. The big man next to him added. Fang as in square, two fires on top and bottom. Has your brain been fried by the fire? Do you know who you are talking to? The fishnet man looked at Fang Yan with a face full of disdain. Fang Yan sighed softly, looked at Qin Chang and said, you are from the Qin family. Isn't it too late for you to realize this? Qin Chang laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. Fang Yan ignored his sarcasm and deliberately lowered his voice. He said, what is your relationship with Etienne? My sister. Qin Chang squinted his eyes and smiled. You finally remembered. In order to climb the ladder of wealth, you went behind your girlfriend's back to seduce other girls. Just because you were a teacher for a few days, you wanted to get close to her first. I want to ask you, where is your face? Where is your morality? Fang Yan shook his head and said, I know Etienne is an only child, so it is impossible for her to have an older brother like you. Who are you to Etienne? Qin Chang was full of anger and thought that Fang Yan was deliberately humiliating him. He said, my grandfather and Etienne's grandfather are blood brothers. He calls my grandfather uncle. My father and Etienne's father are also like brothers. Do you think it is wrong for me to call her sister? I am not sure whether it should be or not. This is Etienne's business. If she thinks it should be, then it should be. If she thinks it shouldn't be, then it shouldn't be. Fang Yan looked at Qin Chang with a serious expression and said, I know where your hostility towards me comes from, and this is also something I've always wanted to explain to the Qin family. I and Etienne have a very normal teacher-student relationship, and we're also very good friends. She is a very important and special person to me. She is my student and also my sister. Don't believe the rumors in the outside world. There are people purposely slandering Etienne, and there are also people purposely splashing dirty water on the Qin family. Don't you know Etienne's personality? Deal with it calmly, or ignore it completely. Those rumors will naturally disappear, and it will not have any effect on Etienne and the Qin family. If you deliberately cause trouble today, or if there is a conflict between us, it will instead arouse the curiosity and passion of the bystanders. They will start to pay attention to this matter again and reinterpret the relationship between me and Etienne. Qin Chang, you are a smart man. You should know what is best for all of us. Don't scold me, and I won't hit you. We will pretend to be friendly and drink, suppressing all the anger in our stomachs. Let those malicious rumormongers' plans fail, let their wishes fail, and make it seem as if nothing had happened. What do you think? Qin Chang no longer sneered. Instead, he thoughtfully looked at Fang Yan's face. After a long time, Qin Chang finally sighed and said, no wonder there are such rumors. No wonder the Qin family's Qin Etienne, who is as arrogant as a queen, has a special liking for you. You are indeed a very powerful person. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, even if you want to cooperate with me, you don't need to make me sound so good. If you act too intimate with me, it will cause the bystanders to misunderstand and think that I have some kind of unspeakable relationship with Etienne. This isn't something hard for me to accept. After all, it is a great honor for any man to have a scandal with Etienne. However, this isn't fair to Etienne. She's not a casual person. But Fang Yan, what do you take me for? What do you take our Qin family for? The smile on Qin Chang's face was a little cold and sinister. He looked at Fang Yan as if he was looking at an idiot. Your asshole behavior has tarnished the reputation of my sister and the Qin family. Now you are telling me not to be angry and not to be angry. If I do that, it will confirm other people's suspicions and let the bad people's plan succeed. Is this what you want to say? Fang Yan thought about it and nodded. It sounds quite shameless, but it is true. Don't scold me, and I won't hit you. We can live in harmony. Fang Yan pointed at the red wine on the table and said, there is still half a bottle of flame snake here. It was sent by your fiancée, Miss Li Junling. If you don't mind, we can sit down and have a drink. What do you think? If I don't scold you, you won't hit me? Qin Chang looked at Fang Yan and asked. That's right. I said that. Fang Yan nodded. You mean that you are going to hit me? If you don't scold me, why would I hit you? Fang Yan laughed and said, people who practice martial arts have martial art morality as their top priority. They are kind and benevolent. They pay attention to etiquette. They cultivate their character and abandon tyranny. Help those in need, drive away evil, and support righteousness. Don't fight for power. Do good deeds and you will be blessed. Accumulate virtue and you will be remembered for 100 generations. This is the martial art morality family motto that we must memorize before we learn martial arts. We will not easily hit people unless we have no other choice. You little bastard. A young man behind Qin Chang was more angry. He scolded, try and touch us. Pa! Fang Yan suddenly raised his right leg and did a beautiful horse split kick. The cloth shoe on his foot heavily slapped on the man's forehead. Chapter 702. Crack. The man had no ability to resist and fell headfirst onto the floor of the private room. Because Fang Yan's kick was so powerful that his head hit the ground first. In other words, when his head hit the ground, his feet were still in the air, so all the gravity was borne by his brain. After falling to the ground, he didn't even make a sound before he fainted. You little bastard. Move. Let's try. The words were still in his ears, but the person who spoke had already fainted. After a moment of silence, people began to rush over to check on their friends. Lu Haoran, are you okay? Call the police, someone killed him. Lu Haoran is dead. Call Lu Haoran's family. This kid is finished, we must kill him. Everyone accused Fang Yan of violence. F***CKU. Someone opened his mouth, wanting to insult Fang Yan. Fang Yan glanced over, and that man immediately shut his mouth in shock. His body even took 2 steps back. After seeing Fang Yan's kick, they didn't want to become the next Lu Haoran. How could you? The young man took a step back and felt that it was embarrassing to be so cowardly in front of everyone. He stepped forward again, gritted his teeth, and shouted, how could you hit someone? Fang Yan looked at him with a smile and said, we are all people of quality. How good would it be to kick him down? Open your mouth and shut your **king bastard. That will affect your image. Qin Chang stared at Fang Yan with sharp eyes and said, Fang Yan, is this your attitude when dealing with things? I'm going to disappoint you again, right? Fang Yan said. It's strange. There are always people who think that I should admit defeat, apologize, and take a step back to make peace. But I'm clearly not wrong. Why should I admit defeat? Why should I apologize? Why should I take a step back to make peace? If I take a step back the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, and even retreat will become a habit, an instinct. In that case, I may lose the courage to take a step forward forever. Qin Chang glanced at Lu Haoran on the ground and said, "So, in order to show your courage, you directly knocked him out?" "I didn't hit him to prove my courage," Fang Yan said. "When he scolded me just now, he asked me to touch him. So, I touched him. He was shouting so loudly. You should have heard it, right?" Fang Yan said. Fang Yan. Qin Chang adjusted his glasses like an enraged leopard. His abdomen was buzzing, and he shouted Fang Yan's name in a low voice. When Li Junling saw the conflict between Fang Yan and Qin Chang, he hurriedly tried to mediate. He looked at Qin Chang and said, "Qin Chang, Fang Yan doesn't have any evil intentions. Let's just let this matter pass. Just take it as giving me some face, how about it?" Qin Chang looked at Li Junling with a gentle look in her eyes, but she couldn't hide the anger in her voice. "Li Junling, you are my fiancé. I am willing to give you face and protect Li Junling's reputation with you. However, if I let this matter go, how am I going to explain it to the Qin family? How was he going to explain this to Lu Haoran, who was knocked out by him with a kick? It's not that I don't give you face, it's that he doesn't give me face. I gave you face." Fang Yan said, "When I knew that you and Qin Etienne were relatives, I already wanted to save face for you. I didn't want to quarrel or fight if I could. I also said at that time that if there was any conflict between the two of us, it would confirm the bad rumors in the outside world, which would be bad for Etienne and your Qin family. And the result?" Fang Yan pointed to Lu Haoran, who was lying on the ground, and said, "I don't know how you will fight back when others call young Master Qin Chang a bastard." "Fang Yan, don't go too far. But he called me a bastard, so it's natural for me to kick him. Do you think it's too much? It's his fault for insulting others. But he is still young, and it's understandable for him to be impatient." Qin Chang helped Lu Haoran explain. This sentence was said to Lu Haoran, who was in a coma, and also to his friends who were still awake. At least, he wanted to let them know that he was on their side. Moreover, he was trying to help Lu Haoran get out of the blame. Fang Yan grinned and said, "If being young is a capital to make mistakes, then I'm also quite young, so it shouldn't be a problem to beat him up, right?" Puff. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were originally worried that teacher Fang Yan would be at a disadvantage, and their faces were as bitter gourds on the vine. When they heard Fang Yan shamelessly say that he was also very young, they couldn't help but laugh. This was the Fang Yan they knew, this was the Mr. Fang they knew. Mr. Fang, he really had to come out. 3 years of silence, 3 years of suffering, finally all passed. Not only Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, even Li Junling's little face was twitching. She couldn't help but want to laugh, but because of Qin Chang's identity, she could only suppress it. Therefore, the skin of her slender neck was squeezed into a light pink, and the blue tubes were also slightly protruding, faintly discernible. Qin Chang was infuriated by Fang Yan. He had come into contact with countless people and had many conflicts with them or backstabbed them. However, he had never met a scoundrel like Fang Yan who pestered him endlessly. When facing Fang Yan, he was like a mouse trying to pull a tortoise. He didn't know where to start. The tortoise retracted its head into the tortoise shell, and Fang Yan because every part of him was extremely sharp. He was shameless and had no bottom line. Scolding him was a compliment, and he might not be able to beat him. Fang Yan looked at Qin Chang and said, "I understand how you handled it, and I hope you can understand my situation. Qin Etienne and I are innocent. People outside are tarnishing his reputation, tarnishing the reputation of your Qin family, and you also want to tarnish your own reputation? Don't try to scold me, I will beat you. Don't try to beat me, you can't beat me. And don't try to scare me with the tiger skin of your Qin family. Do you know Jiang Junling? He has disappeared without a trace. That's because he doesn't dare to come out to see me. When he comes out, I will still beat him. Even Jiang Junling can't do anything to me, what can you do to me?" Fang Yan. Qin Chang was already beginning to gnash his teeth. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something, it is the matter of Jiang Junling that I just mentioned. I went to see the old man of the general family, Jiang Shifu, and he is a sensible old man. He knows that his grandson has done very bad things, and is worse than a beast. He said that he wanted to strangle this unfilial grandson with his own hands. But the old man is pitiful, and can't see that unfilial grandson, so he said that he will be expelled from the general family, and his name will be removed from the family tree. In the future, even if he dies, he will not be able to enter the ancestral hall or the ancestral grave of the general family. He will be a lonely wild ghost for all eternity. It had to be said that the news that Fang Yan threw out was extremely shocking. Qin Chang was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and the others all opened their mouths wide in disbelief. You are saying that the old man was expelled from the general family by Jiang Junling? What bad things did he do? Why did the general family remove him from the family tree? That's impossible, right? But Jiang Junling hasn't appeared for a long time, and now the one in charge is the general family's Major General Jun Xing. Qin Chang stared at Fang Yan with a sharp gaze, and asked in a serious tone, "Is what you said true?" He felt very sad, and a strong sense of defeat. Who was he? He was the Qin family's flirtatious little prince, the most beautiful existence among the flowers. He was smart, knowledgeable, elegant, charming, loved and liked by everyone. No matter where he went, he was the focus of the crowd. But today, he felt that he was the focus, a dessert that was scorched by the big sun that was Fang Yan. Fang Yan was a dazzling sun, and his light shone everywhere. In front of him, Qin Chang couldn't gain any advantage, and instead, he lost face. Once this matter was over, he didn't know how Li Junhui would look at him. Fang Yan nodded and said, "It's true. The news will probably come out in 2 days, and I think that guy, General Xing, will be very happy to do this. Of course, the premise is that the old man of the general family keeps his word and doesn't go back on his words." Understood. Qin Chang looked at Fang Yan with a deep gaze, and said, "I still have to say that this is not the reason for me to back down. You have a girlfriend, and her name is Yi Rou, right?" "Yes, she is my girlfriend." Fang Yan nodded. Yi Rou was his girlfriend, which made him feel warm in his heart. Whether one person asked him or a million, he would proudly say, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." You just said that Qin Etienne is your student, and also your sister, is that true? Yes. Since you already have a girlfriend, and you only treat Qin Etienne as your sister, Qin Chang's mouth showed a cold smile, and said, "Can you promise to everyone here that you will never pester Etienne again, and will never be a couple with her? Can you do it?" Fang Yan didn't answer immediately, but looked thoughtfully at the man standing in front of him. He was a Casanova, and a master at picking up girls. This was something that she was certain of when he first arrived. Only now did Fang Yan realize that he was a smart person. He was even smarter than he had imagined. "I don't have a brother." A cold and arrogant woman's voice came. "So, I am no one's sister." Chapter 703. Qin Chang was a smart man. Generally, the younger generation who could be pushed to do something by the family wouldn't be too bad. First, he used Fang Yan's own words to shut Fang Yan's mouth, confirmed the teacher-student relationship between Fang Yan and Qin Etienne, and then asked Fang Yan to promise in front of everyone that he would never have any affair with Qin Etienne in the future. There were 2 advantages to doing this. One was that the rumor that Qin Etienne was a third party was cleared, and Qin Etienne and the Qin family were innocent. The other advantage was that it was confirmed that Fang Yan would never have any chance to have any relationship with the Qin family in the future. Fang Yan was Fang Yan, and the Qin family was the Qin family. In this way, he could always maintain his pride in front of Fang Yan, and when he wanted to do something, he could make sure that he could surpass Fang Yan in terms of resources and connections. Qin Chang didn't like Fang Yan. He didn't like him at first sight. He thought that Fang Yan and he were the same kind of people, the same kind of men who pretended to be pretentious, cheap, and good at hiding their emotions and real thoughts. Such men were very dangerous, and he thought that he was also very dangerous. Of course, Fang Yan was more dangerous. He could kick people until they fainted. He couldn't do this kind of thing. It was not that he didn't want to do it, but his legs couldn't kick so high. Therefore, it was the best thing for the Qin family to cut off the relationship between Fang Yan and the Qin family. Fang Yan understood Qin Chang's intention, so he thought that this guy was a smart man. If he removed the dirty words from Qin Etienne and the Qin family, he would do a good job, and the Qin family would naturally compensate him and reward him. He kicked him out of the Qin family's big ship and let him fall into the sea to swim naked, which was in his personal interest. And to do these things, he just needed to explain it in public. Of course, Fang Yan could go back on his words in the future, but at that time, his character and credibility would naturally be questioned by the public. Fang Yan had to answer the question directly. For the sake of Qin Etienne's reputation and Yi Rou's face, he had to give a clear answer that was in line with the interests of Qin Chang. He and Qin Etienne were only teacher and student, and they would never be a couple. In this way, Qin Etienne's mistress label would be removed, and Yi Ruru would feel comfortable knowing how to deal with this matter. Which woman would like to hear that her boyfriend had an affair with another woman? It was precisely because he understood Qin Chang's thoughts that Fang Yan was not willing to walk into the trap so easily. He had inherited his grandfather Fang Hui's craftiness. He would rather die than suffer a loss and desperately take advantage of others. It's natural for me to take advantage of you, but if you want to take advantage of me, then there's no way we can close this deal. When Fang Yan was about to give an answer that could perfectly solve all the problems and give Qin Chang a fatal blow, he heard a familiar woman's voice. I don't have an elder brother, and I can't be anyone's younger sister. The voice was cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that it was aggressive. People hurriedly turned around and saw a woman in a modified black knight suit, who looked like a handsome young knight, striding towards them in black leather boots. The woman's hair was coiled up high, revealing a slender neck like a swan. Her face was delicate and flawless, and her bright eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. She didn't wear any makeup, but she was born with heavy colors and thick ink. Even if she didn't hold it in, she had a kind of breathtaking majesty. The word majesty was not a good thing to be used on a woman. However, when it was used on this woman, it made people feel that it was a matter of course. She walked so simply, as if she was leading an army of thousands of horses and horses. Everyone who saw her felt an oppressive sense of urgency. Aura. This was the legendary aura of a person. Because the private room was already crowded, she stopped at the door of the private room. She looked through the crowd and unscrupulously fixed her eyes on Fang Yan's face. She said, I'm not your sister, and you're not my brother. Fang Yan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Why is this young lady here? It couldn't be cut, and it was messy. It seemed like things were going to get more and more complicated this time. The arrival of Qin Etienne naturally attracted countless people to watch. Not to mention her current status in the Qin family, just the title of the first beauty in Yanjing was attractive enough. Wow, is that Qin Etienne of the Qin family? So beautiful. I heard that most of the Qin family's business is managed by her now. She is going to take over the Qin family. I don't understand why she wants to be a mistress. Who is qualified to let a woman like her be a mistress? Could it be the one from the Jiang family? Qin Chang did not expect to meet Qin Etienne here. Although he was a few years older than Qin Etienne and could indeed be considered as Qin Etienne's brother, he was still a little timid in front of Qin Etienne. He smiled and said, Etienne, why are you here? Qin Etienne looked at him expressionlessly and said, my friend is here, why can't I come? Qin Chang adjusted his glasses and said with a warm smile, I wonder which one of you is Etienne's friend. Fang Yan cursed in his heart. You already know those rumors, but you still don't know who is Qin Etienne's friend? Me, it's still me. I'm Qin Etienne's friend. Except for those who are not my friends, the rest are my friends, Qin Tian said. Qin Chang said with a serious expression, Etienne, if it's someone else, I won't say much. But there are some very bad rumors in the outside world, which are very bad for your image and the Qin family's reputation. I think it's necessary for you to avoid suspicion. Qin Etienne looked at Qin Chang and asked, are you saying that I am Fang Yan's mistress? It's good that you know this. Anyway, I think those rumors are groundless. You can't say that it's groundless, Qin Etienne said. Fang Yan's brows twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. Before he could stop it, Qin Etienne had already continued, I really like Mr. Fang. Wow! Everyone turned to look at Qin Etienne in disbelief. Before this, they had more or less heard some rumors about Qin Etienne being a mistress, but subconsciously, they would not believe it. What kind of person was Qin Etienne? How could someone like her be someone else's mistress? In this world, what kind of man could make Qin Etienne be willing to be a mistress? Because Qin Etienne was too outstanding, this kind of rumor did not have much of a market. However, no one expected that the person involved, Qin Etienne, would appear here today and admit it in front of them. I really like Mr. Fang. She said this sentence matter-of-factly without hiding it. It was as easy as reaching out and plucking a fruit from a tree. Etienne, Qin Chang panicked and said, how can you say something like that? Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Does it mean that I like him? Does it mean that I am a mistress? Qin Etienne asked. You should know the impact this kind of thing will have on you and the Qin family. What impact? Just because the house is bigger, so the woman in that house can't like the man outside? But, you like a man with a girlfriend, that's true, but... Qin Etienne looked at Fang Yan boldly, just like the first time they met at the entrance of Class 9. At that time, she was wearing a white shirt and blue sleeves, reaching out to Fang Yan and saying, hello, I'm Qin Etienne. That day, the sun was shining brightly and maple leaves filled the sky. But, when I met him, he didn't have a girlfriend yet. When I liked him, he didn't have a girlfriend either. I fell in love with her first, but she didn't choose me. Instead, she chose another woman. How can this prove that I'm a homewrecker? Qin Etienne said to Fang Yan, as well as to everyone else in the room, in a serious tone. Qin Chang's brows knitted tightly. If he could, he really wanted to tape Qin Etienne's mouth shut. How could such words come out of Qin Etienne's mouth? How could it come out of the mouth of a woman from the Qin family? Did she have any dignity? Did she have any restraint? How could she lower herself for a man like that, a man who had nothing good about him? She was Qin Etienne, the rich Qin Etienne. How could she be like an ordinary woman, a wild flower, a weed, and allow herself to be mixed with a pile of mud? But, now that he has a girlfriend, he only treats you as a student, as his sister. Qin Chang had to remind this sister, who was stuck in the mud and could not get out of it. When he was looking at Fang Yan, he was very curious. Fang Yan looked like a handsome man, but he was a cunning and sharp-tongued freak. What kind of charm did he have to attract a woman like Qin Etienne? To be honest, with Qin Etienne's talent, appearance, identity and wealth, what kind of young talent had she not seen? Why did she have a special liking for this Fang Yan? Yes. Qin Etienne nodded. I'm just a loser, like countless other losers in the field of love. I don't know where my love came from, and I love deeply. How could such a person become a mistress? Chapter 704. Love came from nowhere, but it went deep. Fang Yan stood there, looking at this proud girl who was loved by many people. He felt like he had just eaten an unripe plum. It was sour and sweet. Everyone had vanity. Fang Yan had to admit that he was very happy to be pursued and liked by Qin Etienne, who was excellent, beautiful, and 1 in a billion in terms of family background and ability. Even if all the beautiful words were used on her, Fang Yan would not feel that it was too much. It was a sweet feeling. However, Fang Yan already had Yi Ro. He already had his destined girl. He and Qinitian could only be teacher and student, friend and confidant. That was all. He appreciated the girl's love and was touched by her true feelings. However, they could only be two passers-by who were not destined to be together. You met me, and I met you. Then they passed each other. At the beginning, they might miss each other. However, as time went by, they gradually lost each other's information. Then the familiar face in their minds gradually became blurred. One morning, they suddenly woke up and felt that they had lost something. However, they just could not remember what they had lost. At that time, they completely disappeared from each other's lives. It was as if they had never met each other. This feeling was so sour that it made people want to cry. Fang Yan did not know how to respond to Qinitian's words. Even Qin Chang did not know how to respond to Qinitian's words. She was so straightforward and did not hide her feelings. She knew it was wrong, but she did not know how to criticize her. Because you like someone, you have to bear the name of a mistress. Qinitian said with a wry smile, but even so, can it make me not like him anymore? Impossible. Qinitian looked at Fang Yan and said, what does it have to do with me if others scold me? They are not even qualified to stand in front of me. How can I care about their opinions? Of course, I don't like to be bullied, so I might not be able to take revenge on everyone, but I will take revenge on people I don't like. Those who insulted me, I'll let them seek their own humiliation. Those who insulted me, I'll return it 100-fold. I never make promises easily, but every time I make a promise, I will do it 100%. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Qinitian in horror. They knew that this was a threat, but they had no choice but to accept it. She was Qinitian. Whether it was asking for humiliation or paying it back 100-fold, it was not too difficult for her. She could do it. However, Qinitian was a little abnormal today. Although Qinitian was extremely intelligent and every business operation could be called a miracle, he was kind to others and was willing to make money with everyone to achieve a win-win situation. Whether it was her business partners or her employees, they all spoke highly of her. Some said that she was a real aristocrat, and some said that she was like a princess. But today, Qinitian made a threat in front of everyone, like an enraged female leopard. Their eyes shifted to Fang Yan's face. Could it be that everything Qinitian did was to protect her lover? Qin Chang was not old, and most of the people who played with him were also very young. They were the same age as Fang Yan, but at this moment, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy towards Fang Yan. To be able to make the goddess in their hearts so wholeheartedly protect a person, even if they were to become ghosts, they would still be happy. Qinitian looked at Qin Chang and said, your friend is injured. Shouldn't you send him to the hospital? Qin Chang's expression was slightly stiff, but soon he grinned and said, yes. Haoran is not feeling well. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly fainted. Maybe it's because of anemia. His physical condition is too poor. I have to send him to the hospital. Qinitian nodded and said, see you. Qin Chang took a deep look at Fang Yan, then turned and walked out of the box. The handsome men and beautiful women who followed him did not dare to breathe since Qinitian came. Seeing Qin Chang turn and leave, they hurriedly picked up Lu Haoran, who was still unconscious, and ran outside. Li Junling hesitated for a moment and said to Fang Yan, Mr. Fang, I'm sorry to disturb you. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I hope you can have a good time. Fang Yan looked at her with a smile and said, it's good that you didn't expect it. You didn't expect it, and we didn't expect such a thing to happen. Everyone is very unwilling. Li Junling nodded and said to Qinitian, Miss Qin, goodbye. Goodbye. Qinitian nodded indifferently and said. Others praised Li Junling as the piano goddess of Huaxia, but she didn't care about any gods. With the huge background and strength of the Qin family, as well as the huge resources of its media empire, she could be the god of creation. Whoever she wanted to make a god would be a god. Li Junling said goodbye to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, then turned and left the box. When she walked out, he was very considerate and helped to close the door of the box. Qin Yitian walked to Fang Yan and said, "This woman is not simple." Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "How can there be a simple woman in this place?" Qin Yitian was sure that Fang Yan understood the situation, so he didn't say anything more on this topic. He looked at Fang Yan and asked, "What were you going to say just now?" "I haven't thought about it yet," Fang Yan said. "Is everyone in the Qin family so powerful?" "There are a few very powerful people in the Qin family. You should be careful when you meet them in the future. Qin Chang can only be regarded as a medium talent. His purpose is too obvious, and he is eager for quick success. This time, he didn't do a good job." Qin Yitian commented without any emotion. Standing at her level, she wouldn't overestimate Qin Chang, nor would she deliberately belittle the other party. Moreover, the person who asked her this question was Fang Yan, so she needed to say her real thoughts. "He shouldn't stand up against you at this time, whether for public or private reasons. Since he has done such a thing, it proves that he doesn't regard me as his sister in his heart, nor does he put the Qin family in the first place. Isn't it too stupid to expose his position so easily? You have explained the reason to him clearly, but he is too selfish and makes a joke of himself. I wanted to say a few words to him, but after all, he is a few years older than me. If I make him embarrassed, others will laugh at him. It's better to send him out. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. I think I have explained it clearly, but he may not have heard it clearly." Fang Yan said with a smile, "You know, I have an unpleasant face. Everyone wants to step on me when they see me. I really have no choice. I really didn't want to hit him just now. If you don't hit people, you are not the Mr. Fang I know." Qin Yitian chuckled, and then turned his eyes to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, saying, "We haven't seen each other for a long time, have we?" Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were no strangers to Qin Yitian, especially during the 3 years when Fang Yan was in mourning. They had met Qin Yitian many times in Swallow Dock. But they couldn't fall in love with Qin Yitian. In contrast, they preferred Yi Rou, because Qin Yitian's aura was too strong. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything. She simply stood there, but it made people feel that she wasn't the same kind of person as them. Of course, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin also knew that they were not the same kind of people. Yi Rou was different. Although she looked cold, she was extremely kind and gentle. She would teach them all kinds of knowledge, ask people to prepare delicious food for them, and take care of them at the right time. They knew that Qin Yitian and Yi Rou were competitors. If they had to choose, they would naturally support Yi Rou. Of course, no matter whether it was Qin Yitian or Yi Rou, Jiang Qin would not support them. She only supported herself. When Qin Yitian first came, they hadn't thought about how to greet Qin Yitian. Now that Qin Yitian took the initiative to greet them, they felt flattered. It was like this every time. Every time Qin Yitian greeted them, they would feel flattered. It was as if an amazing person suddenly took the initiative to talk to them. It was a sudden surprise. Many times, they reflected on this mentality. They felt that there was no need to do this. They were already very familiar with each other, and they were already friends. Qin Yitian was amazing, and they were doing well. However, when they met again, that feeling would be even stronger. It was also because of this mentality that they could never be friends with Qin Yitian. Friends were equal. It was natural. If a friend said something to you, how could you still be friends with such a surprise? Sister Yitian. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Yitian and said with a smile, "Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. Sister Yitian, you're getting more and more beautiful." Yuan Lin also said with a smile, "Since Mr. Fang is here today, let's celebrate and have a few drinks." Qin Yitian nodded and said, "Of course. I haven't drunk in a long time. Moreover, I said so many embarrassing things just now. If I don't drink some wine, how can I tell others that I speak the truth after drinking?" Chapter 705. Junling Clubhouse was named after the piano goddess, Li Junling. Li Junling would play a piano piece here every week. If she had enough time, she would come here several nights in a row. She was the owner of this place and the queen of this clubhouse. This place could give her a greater sense of accomplishment. Li Junling set up an independent rest room in Junling Mastery. When she was tired of playing or tired of socializing, she would come here to take a nap. When Li Junling entered the electronic lock password on the door and pushed open the door of the rest room, the luxuriously decorated room was filled with a faint smell of tobacco. Li Junling didn't smoke, but she liked to smell this faint fragrance. She took a deep breath and said in a reproachful tone, "You're smoking again." A handsome man was sitting on a recliner by the window, holding the latest issue of Playboy magazine in his hand. Many blonde beauties on the cover were wearing fiery red bunny costumes. Their buttocks and breasts were big, and their breasts were swaying. It gave people a strong sense of visual impact. The man's eyes turned from the magazine and said with a gentle smile, "I said I wouldn't smoke here, but I couldn't help it." Li Junling took off her slender high-heeled shoes at the door and walked behind the man with her bare white feet. She reached out and stroked his handsome face. She said in a soft voice, "You know, I'm not really blaming you. It's hard for you to come here. If you want to smoke, smoke. I don't want to force you. Besides, I don't hate the smell of cigarettes, and I don't hate the cigarettes you smoke. You always indulge me. I can't control myself in the future." The man stroked the woman's small hand with one hand and said with a smile, "An unrestrained man is very dangerous. After a woman gets married, her identity will change. She is the husband's wife and the husband's mother. Women can't help but spoil their husband like a child. Men are also born with a strong sense of dependence on women's breasts." Li Junling put her chin on the man's head from behind and sniffed the shampoo fragrance in the man's hair. She said, "I think you're the cutest child in the world. I just can't help but spoil you. No wonder I always like to come here." Junling's words are nice and philosophical. Junling shouldn't be a pianist, but a philosopher. "I'm a musician." Li Junling gently rubbed his chin on the man's hair and said, "Every musician is an artist. Every artist has the opportunity to become a philosopher. It sounds like a philosopher is the final advancement. Most philosophers are lunatics." Li Junling said with a smile, "Only by entering a state of insanity can I see the world clearly and see the truth. I feel like I'm going crazy. Otherwise, how could I become your woman?" There was a silent smile on the man's face. With one hand holding the Playboy magazine and the other hand caressing Li Junling's delicate pink face, he said, "Do you feel wronged again? I heard that Qin Chang is also here today." "Yeah." Li Junling straightened his body and said with a smile, "He is my fiancé. Isn't it natural for him to visit me? That's to be expected." The man sighed softly and said, "The man of the general family cannot marry the woman of the Qin family, but he stole the woman of the man of the Qin family. Tell me, is this fate?" Li Junling sighed softly and said, "Of course, Li Junling can't compare with the woman of the Qin family. Qin Etian also came just now. I've long heard of her name, and it's not the first time we've met. However, when she walked in, I still felt a strong sense of oppression. Maybe it's not just me. Everyone who sees her feels the same way. Have you experienced that kind of feeling? She's like an ancient queen. When she walks over, all the subjects have to bow or even kneel down. They don't even dare to breathe loudly. Even flattering words are really unnecessary. It's a kind of disrespect to her. Tell me, when did I, Li Junling, think about flattering others? Why is there such a big difference between people? Beautiful women were born proud. Li Junling could also be considered a dragon among men. In a certain small circle, she was also the object of admiration and flattery. For example, in her Junling club, she was fully deserving of being the most dazzling star. However, tonight, that Qin Etian just happened to come. Qin Tian's greatest ability was that no matter where she went, her powerful aura would turn that place into her home field. You stood in front of her like a lowly little servant. You only knew to speak when she spoke to you. You only dared to leave when she nodded in agreement. Which woman would like this kind of feeling? At least, Li Junling didn't like it. Even now, his heart was still unbearably uncomfortable. He had been humiliated, but he didn't know how to fight back because the other person didn't do anything. She didn't even look at him. Of course, not looking at him was another form of humiliation. An adopted daughter should be like Qin Tian. The man softly said the saying that resounded throughout Yanjing City. He said, an adopted daughter should be like Jiang Junling. Jiang Junling has disappeared into thin air. Because of this saying, he soared to the sky, and also because of this saying, he became a laughing stock. Perhaps it was because Qin Tian was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Therefore, everyone was particularly tolerant of her and was willing to give her more convenience and care. Therefore, until now, everything she did was amazing, and every business she invested in could be called a miracle. After Jiang Junling's accident, some people also began to question whether Qin Tian's ability was worthy of this saying. The final result is well deserved. Li Junling smiled and said, I think whether it is worthy or not, the key is to see whether you have a strong opponent. If Qin Tian's opponent was Fang Yan, what would the situation be like? Thinking about it, it is really an interesting idea. The man shook his head and said, impossible. We have evaluated Qin Tian's characteristics. She has a firm mind and strong willpower. Because she is quite intelligent, she has 100% confidence in her every word and deed, and it is difficult to change the decision she has made. Even her mother, who is known as the Demon Emperor, can do nothing about it. Moreover, because of that incident, she is full of trust and dependence on Fang Yan. No one thought that the hastily ended kidnapping incident would make Fang Yan who he is today. If that incident had been successful, or if she had simply killed the hostage, would there still be a mess that we need to clean up today? Why did Fang Yan rise so fast? That is because Lu Chaoge is behind him, Chaoyan technology. Why can Chaoyan technology develop so fast and remain independent? That is because of Qin Tian and the support of the Qin family. Without Qin Tian, whether Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge could keep Chaoyan technology is really unknown. Which Boston creeper doesn't need a hard fence to support it? Li Junling walked to the man's legs and squatted down. She reached out and stroked his crotch. She looked up with a charming smile and said, you have a reaction? Is this kind of book that good? The man closed the magazine in his hand and said, of course not as good as you. So, the woman unzipped the man's pants, squatted on the ground and began to work. No one would have thought that the goddess of piano, who was respected and worshipped by millions, would be willing to serve the man she loved in such a manner. Our Li family also relies on the Jiang family. If it wasn't like this, Li Junling raised her head during a break in her work, looked at the man and said, I would have been swallowed by someone else a long time ago, right? Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge chose the Qin family as a partner. That was the smartest choice, because only the Qin family could resist the Jiang family's offensive, unless the Jiang family was willing to go to all-out war with the Qin family. But at that time, the Jiang family shouldn't have made such preparations, right? Killing 1,000 enemies, losing 800 of your own men. Why let those irrelevant people take advantage of it? The man's whole body lay comfortably on the leather sofa, closed his eyes and enjoyed this high standard of courtesy. He had a calm smile on his face and said, the big tail is not left alive. Now that the Jiang family feels threatened, they want to cut off this unlikable tail. Is this enough? Li Junling began to mutter, and said, is it just to stir up trouble in the middle? A camel's endurance is super strong, but it's always the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Qin Tian is very smart, and Qin Tian is very powerful, but Qin Tian is a woman in the end. The Qin family's old man hasn't thought of letting her take the helm yet. After all, Qin Tian's parents and uncles are still alive, and her mother is a woman who is harder to provoke than she is. But the Qin family's economic power has fallen into the hands of a woman for 2 generations, which has already caused dissatisfaction among the Qin family's men. This is also the reason why Qin Chang came out tonight to add fuel to the fire. Qin Etienne is a mistress. We just released this news, and then the Qin family immediately jumped out to cooperate with us. Tell me, who is Qin Etienne's real opponent? We can only be regarded as Qin Etienne's potential opponents. The Qin family who has the most direct conflict of interest with her are her real opponents. Qin Chang came out tonight. How many Qin family members will come out tomorrow? Qin Chang has been insulted like this. I'm afraid that Qin Etienne will go through another trial, right? The Qin family's rift is getting more and more serious, and the Qin family's old man has to re-examine. When the woman's tongue touched his sensitive part, the man softly moaned, and then he suppressed this irrepressible pleasure and said, "Woman, isn't this good?" He was evaluating Li Junling, but also seemed to be evaluating Qin Etienne. Chapter 706. After a fierce emotional release, the woman helped clean up the battlefield, and the man closed his eyes to take a nap. When he opened his eyes were shining. This torment did not absorb too much of his essence. Instead, it made him more energetic. He reached out and held the disheveled woman in his arms. Looking at her pink face close to him, he said, "Am I too selfish?" "I don't think so." The woman said, "I like you, so I'm willing to do anything for you. You weren't outside just now, so you didn't hear Qin Etienne's confession to Fang Yan. To be honest, I was moved by her. Because I like someone, I have to bear the name of a mistress. But even so, is it enough to make me not like him anymore? Impossible." I like the words she used. Love doesn't start, but it goes deep. Love doesn't start, but it goes deep, the man whispered and said in a deep voice, "Did Qin Etienne really say that? Did you really say that?" Li Junling nodded with great certainty and said, "In front of so many people heard it. I really didn't expect that a woman like her could not find any man. Why did she let herself fall into the mire? That's why it proves that Fang Yan is too dangerous." The man's voice was a little firm as he said, "It's too dangerous. I don't see it at all." Li Junling said, "I often heard you mention him before. I thought he must be a very great person. Today, I accidentally bumped into him at the door of the club. Do you know what he was doing? He was joking with the greeter at the door. He looked like a rascal. At that time, I had such a thought. How could such a guy be qualified to be your opponent? However, he has become your opponent and has given you such a headache. That's what's special about him." The man said with a wry smile, "Those people who look powerful at first glance, will you be particularly careful when you see them?" "Of course," Li Junling said without hesitation. "Would you be willing to be friends with those guys who look particularly smart and slick?" "Yes, I would. After all, it's quite comfortable to get along with such people. However, I would be more or less on guard." "Yes. So, when you meet a man like Fang Yan, do you feel a sense of kinship?" Lying in the man's arms, Li Junling thought about it seriously and said, "That's true. That's why he's so terrifying." The man said, "Whether it's Lu Shu of Huacheng, Lanshan Valley, or Jiang Zhulu of the Jiang family that he single-handedly destroyed, including my insufferably arrogant younger brother, General Ling, tell me, which one of them isn't an outstanding talent? Which one of them wasn't vicious and merciless? One look and you could tell that they were big shots. What was the result? One by one, they were either defeated by him, subdued by him, or beaten into submission by him. Dogs that bark don't bite. You have to remember this forever." Li Junling placed his hands on the man's broad chest and asked, "What about you? What kind of man are you?" "Me?" The man's big hand reached into the depths of the woman's clothes, feeling the softness that brought him supreme enjoyment. He smiled and said, "If there's wine today, let's get drunk today. If there's a grudge tomorrow, let's take revenge tomorrow." This was perfunctory and also a way to change the topic. This was the magic weapon that men would use when faced with questions that they didn't want to answer. The woman sighed secretly. In the end, she still couldn't walk into the depths of this man's heart. At least, not yet. When Qin Chang returned home, his father was lying on the desk writing. Qin Chang's father, Qin Lingnan, was a famous economist in the country. He was not in charge of the Qin family's business affairs, but he was in charge of the country's economic affairs every day. It was also because of this that he had a very high reputation in the political circle and among the people. He was the leader of the academic faction in the Qin family. For a giant family like the Qin family, some people were in business, some were in politics, and some were in academia. This was the reason why the family could grow bigger and have a deeper foundation. Qin Chang knocked on the door, stood at the door and said, "Dad, you haven't rested yet?" "I'm writing a manuscript." Qin Lingnan looked up at his son and continued to busy himself with the things at hand. "This kind of thing can be handled by the secretary. Why do you need to do it yourself? Your waist hasn't been well recently, so pay attention to rest. It's not easy to find a ghostwriter for an article to be published in the Wall Street Post." Seeing that his son was in the mood for a long chat, Qin Lingnan stopped writing. He picked up a cigarette from the cigarette box beside him and lit it. After taking a deep puff, he looked at his son and asked, "What's the matter?" "I ran into Fang Yan tonight," Qin Chang said. Qin Lingnan raised his brows slightly and said, "There was a conflict." Other than Qin Etienne, his student, Fang Yan had almost never met any of the important figures in the Qin family. However, as long as they were ranked in the Qin family, they would have a deep understanding of Fang Yan. His information was on everyone's desk, and everyone was making various interpretations of him. Qin Lingnan was no exception. Although he did not care about the Qin family's business affairs, he had some understanding of some of the key partners. The popularity of Chaoyan technology and the vigorous development of renewable energy were closely related to his vigorous advocacy behind the scenes. The ancients paid attention to, before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder move first. In the commercial war of modern society, it was extremely necessary to take a breather and observe the reactions of the surrounding people before making a move. "He has a bad temper." He hurt the third son of Minister Lu's family, Qin Chang said with a smile. "Lu Haoren is still in the hospital now. The Lu family has already rushed over. I'll explain it to them and come back. I'm afraid it's not easy." "Okay." Qin Lingnan did not care about his daughter's quarrel. Every day, he paid attention to national affairs and the world's economic situation. He really did not care about who slapped who or who quarreled with who. "That's not the main purpose of your visit, right?" "Etienne is also there," Qin Chang said. "Oh." Qin Lingnan's expression froze slightly. He was still very concerned about the girl in his family. He could not help but pay attention to her. Whether it was the outside world or the Qin family, they were all shrouded in her brilliance. Not only was she beautiful, but her various legends, her investment foresight, and the fact that she had already predicted Chao Yan's great potential when she was still a student. She pulled strings between them and made his mother vote for Lu Chaoga. In Qin Lingnan's generation, the most outstanding person in the Qin family was Qin Etienne's mother. Until now, the Qin family's economic power was still controlled by that woman. In Qin Etienne's generation, Qin Etienne had inherited all of his mother's strengths. Perhaps, he might also inherit the giant commercial ship that was controlled by his mother. Although he was still young, who knew if this would be the case in the future? At least, Qin Lingnan had already seen the stubborn attitude of the old guys in his family towards Qin Etienne. "What did she say?" Qin Lingnan asked. "I had a dispute with Fang Yan because I wanted to use this opportunity to clear Etienne's name and wash away the dirty water that was poured on us. I wanted Fang Yan to admit in front of everyone that he and Etienne did not have that kind of relationship. However, Etienne's performance was very difficult to accept." "Huh?" Qin Lingnan pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray and waited seriously for his son to continue talking about what happened next. Qin Tian admitted her feelings for Fang Yan in front of everyone and was even willing to bear the blame of being a mistress. Qin Chang repeated what happened at that time. He did not deliberately add oil to the fire because the truth itself was enough to make people angry. Sure enough, after listening to Qin Chang's narration, Qin Lingnan's expression became ugly and he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Does Qin Tian still want her face? She is shameless, but does our Qin family still want our face?" Qin Chang knew that his father would definitely have an intense reaction because he was a cultured person, and cultured people cared the most about their reputation and the image of their family. Qin Tian said that she is willing to be a mistress. If she is willing to be someone else's mistress, then she should get out of the Qin family. There are so many girls in the Qin family, which one of them is as shameless as her? Ah, how can she say something like that? Dad, don't be agitated. Qin Chang was happy in his heart, but he pretended to be anxious. He quickly comforted and said, Qin Tian is in the second master's family. Whether she is good or bad, we can't control it. Can't control it? Why should I? Qin Lingnan took a big sip of tea and said, "Many people heard what she said?" "Yes, many people heard it," Qin Chang replied. "Other than witnesses, is there any physical evidence?" "Yes." Qin Chang said, "It happened at Junling Clubhouse. If I ask Junling for the surveillance video, she will definitely show it to me." Li Junling. Is she also involved in this matter? Qin Lingnan stared at his son in confusion and asked. "It's like this. Fang Yan happened to have an appointment with two small stars at Junling Clubhouse. I happened to go to Junling Clubhouse to see Fang Yan. Jun Tai took me to see Fang Yan. At that time, I only knew that Fang Yan had arrived in Yanjing," Qin Chang said. Qin Lingnan frowned and tried hard to think about the relationship between the people in the middle. He said, "Is Li Junling okay?" "Dad, so what if she is okay? So what if there's no problem?" Qin Chang smiled and said, "Even if she intentionally led me to see Fang Yan, so what? What she wants us to do is what we need to do. If what happened tonight is spread out, I'm afraid the other families will be very uncomfortable, right? For the sake of Qin Tian's dignity and the reputation of the Qin family, I kindly persuaded her, but in the end, I was humiliated. Isn't this crack getting bigger and bigger? Isn't it also beneficial for us to tear open a crack? How can the men of the Qin family always be suppressed by a woman?" Qin Lingnan glanced at his son and said, "Give me the video of Etienne saying those words. I want to let the elders of the Qin family see if the heir they chose knows how to write the word shame." Chapter 707. They kept drinking, and the atmosphere was not harmonious. Since Qin Tian joined them, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin tried their best to maintain a happy and peaceful space, but they failed because of Fang Yan's uncooperation and Qin Tian's queen nature. Fang Yan was silent because he hadn't come out from what Qin Tian said in front of everyone just now. He knew very well what it meant for a girl to say those words and do such a thing. And when that girl was Qin Tian, it was even more difficult. How could a family like the Qin family allow a girl to say such words of love even if she was scolded as a mistress? For them, it was a disgrace to the family's reputation. How could Fang Yan enjoy the beauty's kindness? Was it the best way to repay the kindness by being a playboy with two beauties on both sides? Moreover, Yi Rou and Qin Tian were both very unique. One was as hot as fire, and the other was as cold as ice. If they collided with each other, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth. Qin Tian had been talking all the time. She not only answered Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's questions, but also took the initiative to find some common topics. However, it was very strange that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin just couldn't be intimate with her. They talked more and more, but the relationship between them didn't get closer, and the atmosphere didn't get warmer. Instead, it became a little awkward. Once everyone stopped talking, it was really difficult for someone to say something. Thus, everyone could only drink, one glass after another. There was another pianist playing on the stage. Of course, There was no way to compare with Li Junling's foundation, but he who had the opportunity to go on the stage was not bad. What he played was Starry Sky. The vast night sky was presented to everyone by him. Everyone was like an astronaut traveling in space. It had to be said that music was really magical. Although Li Junling had left, he ordered the waiter to send 2 bottles of fire snake. The 2 bottles of flame snake were quickly emptied. Although Jiang Qin was reluctant, he still said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, have you been in Yanjing recently?" "He should be in Yanjing these few days," Fang Yan said. He still had a lot of things to take care of, so he couldn't leave for a while. "If Mr. Fang is in Yanjing, let's find another time to meet." Jiang Qin said, "It's too late today. Yuan Lin and I have to go back to rest. We have to attend an activity early tomorrow morning." Fang Yan nodded and said, "You two go back and rest. Let's get together again when we have time." Yuan Lin was a little drunk. She stood up and walked to Fang Yan, saying, "Mr. Fang, Yuan Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yuan Lin's body shook and she said, "Mr. Fang, we are no longer children. Don't treat us as children anymore." Yuan Lin still wanted to say something, but she was pulled away by Jiang Qin. Fang Yan asked if he needed to send them back. Jiang Qin said that the driver and the assistant were waiting outside, and someone would send them home. After the 2 girls left, there were only Fang Yan and Qin Etian in the box. Fang Yan opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Qin Etian, saying, "Drink some water." Qin Etian accepted the bottle of water and took small sips. She lay on the sofa, her starry eyes staring unblinkingly at Fang Yan. There was a look of joy on her face, as if they had just met for the first time. Her posture was so lazy that she looked like a lazy cat. Fang Yan opened the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. After drinking all night, he was really thirsty. After drinking a bottle of water, when Fang Yan turned around, he found that Qin Etian was still looking at him with the same posture and the same smile. Fang Yan sighed softly and said with blame, "You shouldn't have said those words. You are such a smart person. Why didn't you think of the consequences?" "Then what should I have said?" Qin Etian asked in reply, still smiling. "Say that I have nothing to do with Mr. Fang. I don't like him at all. Say that we are not lovers now, and we will not be lovers in the future." Qin Etian waved his hand and said, I know. You want to say that you are moved, but you can't accept me because you already have Yiro. You already have a girlfriend. I know that even if you don't say it. I am such a smart person. How can I think of what you want to say? I am afraid of bringing you trouble, Fang Yan said. Qin Etian sat up straight and looked at Fang Yan, saying, "If there is no such trouble, there will be that kind of trouble. Because I am a woman. Who asked me to be such an outstanding woman? They want to drive me out and trample on me. I don't want to do what they want, but I don't want to let them succeed. In this way, there will always be contradictions, won't there? You want to use a woman's feelings as a point of attack to drag me down. Don't you feel ashamed? If the men of the Qin family are only so capable, I really can't hand over the things in my hands so easily. If they can't protect it, I will protect it." Qin Etian held his chin with one hand and looked at Fang Yan seriously, saying, "Do you remember what I said to you before?" "What?" Fang Yan asked. Qin Etian had said countless words to him, but he really didn't know which one he was asking. "I will be very angry when I see someone bullying you. If anyone hurts you, I will skin him, no matter who he is." Qin Etian stood up straight and went forward to hold Fang Yan's head, letting him lean on his lower abdomen, and said, "I don't want the wind to hurt your eyes. I don't want the snow to fall on your shoulders. I don't want anyone to touch a hair on you. No one. I am Qin Etian. If someone bullies me, countless people will stand up to protect me. But, what about you? If someone bullies you, then let me stand up to protect you. I know you are very tired, and I know you don't like these plots and schemes. If you want, let me shelter you from the wind and rain. You are too tired. Have a good sleep. Fang Yen smiled bitterly, and then there was a scalding warmth flowing through his body. He only thought that it was a child's joke from several years ago. He didn't expect that she would remember the words of that snow, including every punctuation. Qin Etienne's lower abdomen was very soft, but it also gave people a sense of security. Fang Yen, who alone supported the Fang clan and struggled with all kinds of forces, couldn't refuse this kind of protection, and couldn't refuse this kind of gentleness. He was really tired, very, very tired. Fang Yen closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The Qin clan's old residence wasn't old at all. Instead, it was on the most beautiful mountain in Yanjing City, Fragrant Mountain. They bought land and built a mansion that covered dozens of acres. The house was European style, like an ancient castle in Europe. The vegetation was dense, and there were all kinds of rare flowers and plants. The lawn was wide, and every day, the young people of the Qin clan were responsible for cutting the grass. Even Qin Etienne, a busy person, was no exception. When it was her turn to cut the grass, no matter how busy she was, she had to go home to do this voluntary work. There was a golf course inside the Qin clan, which was connected to the inner stream of Fragrant Mountain. If you played golf in autumn, the mountains and fields would be covered with red maple leaves. It was secondary to play hard and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Fragrant Mountain and the Qin clan's self-brewed white wine. The Qin clan paid attention to being open and aboveboard, and there was nothing that they couldn't tell others. Therefore, their family style was to make money generously and spend generously. They didn't hide their wealth in the deep mountains, nor did they live in a small shabby house to show off. They liked to enjoy themselves, and they also had the courage to show everything they had in front of others. They weren't afraid of jealousy, and they had the ability to resist all opponents. Their way of doing things was very popular, and even some influential people in Yanjing would come over to drink tea and play a few rounds of golf with the Qin clan's old master when they had nothing to do. The Qin clan in Yanjing was also an ancient family that had been standing for thousands of years. It was said that they were the descendants of a general surnamed Qin in the Qin dynasty. However, their history was too long, and they had been passed down for countless generations. Except for the Qin clan's own people, it was difficult for outsiders to say for sure. Because of the need to cut the grass, Qin Etienne often went back to the old house. However, today, he was called back by his grandfather. His grandfather's attitude when he called was very kind. He said with a smile, "My dear granddaughter, Grandpa wants to drink tea. Come back and make a cup of tea for Grandpa." Therefore, Qin Etienne came back to make tea. Qin Etienne was indeed making tea. In her Grandpa Qin Dongyang's luxurious tea room, Qin Etienne sat in front of the tea table in her snow-white robe. She warmed the teapot, prepared the tea, brewed the tea, poured the tea, and served the tea. Her robe was wide and her movements were smooth. Several old people held the teacups and drank tea. Qin Lingnan, the second uncle of the great-grandpa's family, stood beside them. He looked down and pretended that he was invisible. Before Qin Etienne came back, he had said all that he needed to say and done all that he needed to do. As for how to decide, it was up to these old people. Qin Cheng stood outside the tea room. He was not qualified to sit here and drink tea with the old people around the tea table. With a gentle smile on his face, he seemed to enjoy such a family gathering. After Qin Etienne distributed the tea to the 3 grandfathers and 2 sisters, he knelt there and poured a cup of tea for himself. He tasted the tea and found that it tasted good. It was his usual level. However, the water used was Fragrant Mountain spring water that had been stored for a day. When he drank it, there was a rusty smell. If it was freshly fished, the taste would be sweeter and more delicious. Qin Etienne's grandfather, Qin Dongyang, closed his eyes and took a sip, letting the warm tea flow down his throat and into his lungs. His lips and teeth were filled with the tea perfume and sweetness of the water. He asked, "How is it?" "Good tea." Qin Shouwen was the first to respond. "The water is good, the tea is good, and the tea maker is even better, said Qin Yunlan, the eldest of the siblings. Etienne's tea-making skills are getting better and better. We just need to drink it. Why do we need to taste it? What do we need to judge? Qin Shifeng looked a little impatient. Qin Dongyang nodded and looked at his granddaughter sitting opposite him. He said with a smile, Etienne, you've drunk the tea. Go back and rest. Qin Etienne stood up, bowed slightly to the old people, and then turned to leave. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Qin Lingnan and Qin Chang. Chapter 708. Since the tea master had left, the people drinking tea should have left as well. However, other than Qin Etienne, no one else in the tea room had left. Qin Dongyang held the teacup and said with a smile, this tea is still edible, which proves that Etienne has put in a lot of effort all these years. I also tried to persuade her. She's a girl, why waste her time on these trivial things all day? Girls at her age should be studying, shopping, and dating. She should have fun for a few years, and her youth will be gone forever. When she's at our age, she'll be a joke if she studies and dates again. Etienne is stubborn and doesn't listen. Qin Yunlan glanced at Qin Lingnan and said in a displeased tone, although Etienne is a girl, she's a great talent in our Qin family. What's wrong with a girl doing these things? Why can't some people like her? It's not like we don't give you a chance. Doesn't the Qin family have a startup fund? As long as you have a project, as long as you have creativity, everyone has a chance to prove their ability. People who are always jealous of other people's achievements but are unwilling to work hard themselves are always thinking of ways to drag others down and drag those who are ahead of them down to their level. Such people are wicked. Everyone wants to do this. Is the Qin family still the Qin family? Can the Qin family still be where it is today? It would have been swallowed by others long ago. Perhaps it was because they were both women, but Qin Yunlan was especially fond of her granddaughter. She raised her voice and said, I'm going to say this first. I don't care about fair competition, and I don't care about it. On the contrary, I'm happy to see it happen. However, if someone wants to harm Etienne and uses some underhanded means, I won't forgive him if I find out. The others lowered their heads and drank their tea. They had no intention of standing up to take sides. They all knew that this involved the power struggle between the eldest and second families. It was actually a struggle to give the economic power of the Qin family to the man or the woman. Some people supported taking back the power and handing it to the outstanding second generation. After all, it wasn't the same thing to let a woman with another surname control the Qin family's economic power. Some people supported Qin Shoueng's faction, but now that Qin Dongyang's faction clearly had the upper hand, it was not convenient for them to support him at this time. Everyone had their own thoughts, so no one spoke again. It was so quiet in the tea room that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, Qin Shoueng put down the teacup in his hand and praised, that girl Etienne is really good at making good tea. It looks pleasing to the eye and leaves a pleasant fragrance in the mouth. It's just that Dongyang is too stingy. Etienne's granddaughter only made 1 cup of tea for us before he hurriedly chased us away. Otherwise, I would have liked to drink a few more cups. However, Etienne's tea ceremony skills are far inferior to our children. By saying so, Qin Shoueng had already admitted his mistake to Qin Dongyang. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Dongyang looked at his elder brother and said, everyone has their own specialties. He writes Qin opera well and is proficient in music. Even his fiancée is a piano master. In this area, the heavenly sword cannot compare. Qin Shoueng laughed and waved his hand. I've discovered that there is nothing in this world that Qin Etienne cannot do, as long as she is willing to learn. Everyone roared with laughter. Qin Shoueng stood up and said, I'm tired. Let's go. Whose turn will it be to weed tomorrow? Qin Chang doesn't have anything to do tomorrow, so he can do it for her. He's too young. We need to let him exercise more. It's Qin Hongying. Qin Shifeng said, that girl likes to sleep late. If she knows that someone is helping her weed, she will be very happy. Qin Cheng walked over and said to the old man, "Third grandpa, please tell Sister Hong Ying that I will help her weed early tomorrow morning. Let her have a good rest." "Yes." Qin Shifeng looked at Qin Cheng thoughtfully and said, "Men should be open-minded. The more open-minded they are, the bigger their heart will be. With a big heart, the wider the world you see will be. Only then can you achieve extraordinary things." Qin Cheng bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your guidance, third grandpa. I know I was wrong." Qin Shifeng grinned and pointed at Qin Cheng. "This kid is quite sly. He is quite active in admitting his mistakes." Everyone laughed again, and the tea party ended. Qin Shoueng returned to his room. His son, Qin Lingling, and grandson, Qin Cheng, followed him in. Qin Shoueng sat on a chair while Qin Cheng hurried to pour tea and get snacks for his grandfather. Qin Shoueng took the teacup that Qin Cheng handed over. He didn't take a sip. Instead, he looked at Qin Cheng and said, "Do you know why I didn't reprimand you just now?" "Because Grandpa was protecting my pride," Qin Cheng said with a face full of guilt. "Bullshit." Qin Shoueng squeezed out a very unrefined word from the corner of his mouth. "Protect your pride? What pride do you have that's worth me protecting? I just feel too embarrassed and can't stand up and say it." "Isn't that embarrassing? Qin Cheng, aren't you ashamed?" Qin Cheng's face turned red. He was so embarrassed by his grandfather's mockery that he couldn't speak. "I know that you men want to fight for power and snatch a piece of the cake. Fight, snatch, I'm happy, I'm happy. What kind of man are you if you don't wield power and play with women? It's not just me. Do the others not have the same thoughts? Why does our Qin family's business need a woman with another surname to control it? Are the men of our Qin family sh*t? Are none of the men of our Qin family presentable? But, can you not be so shabby in what you're doing? Can you not say that? How can that word be used? Yes, loser. Do you know how loser your way of doing things is? Using a woman's reputation to say something. Whether it's true or not, you've already lost. You've lost so badly that you've even lost your underwear. You've done such a thing. How can other people support you? Who has the nerve to stand up and say that what you've done is right? We're all so old. Are we going to point at a teenage girl and say that she's a mistress and has no shame? How can we say such things? If we were to follow you and get involved in this kind of thing, wouldn't we be disrespecting our elders? Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Qin Cheng wanted to find a hole to hide in. But we didn't let that thing out, no matter who let it out, it doesn't matter. Qin Shoueng said resentfully, someone set the bait to see who the stupid fish was. In the end, my son and grandson became the two most stupid fish. Thinking of this, my old face is burning with pain. I didn't get laughed at by them, but by the two of you. Qin Lingling stood at the side, feeling too ashamed to show his face. Although his father didn't scold him by name, most of the blame fell on his son. However, he was already so old, yet he followed his son to do such a thing. It was really stupid. After talking for a long time, Qin Cheng finally raised his teacup and took a big sip of fragrant tea. He waved his hand and said, "Go. You two can go back. It's late, so have a good rest. Qin Cheng, get up early tomorrow. Remember to eradicate the weeds in the garden. I should also give you a little punishment so that you'll remember this forever. Sometimes, the more fragrant the bait is, the bigger the trap." Qin Cheng nodded and said, "Grandpa, I'll remember what happened today." Qin Lingling also said, "Dad, you should rest early. Go back, all of you." The old man waved his hand and said. When Qin Etienne returned to his room, the light in the room was on. An elegant and gentle woman in a purple nightgown was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window reading a book. It was a book Qin Etienne was reading, titled, The Little Prince. She had read it several times before. Because she liked the story inside, she would review it when she had nothing to do. Qin Yitian walked to the woman and sat down. He asked with a smile, "How many times is this?" "The 4th time," the woman said. "I've read it for the 5th time," Qin Yitian said proudly. "But I haven't finished reading it for the 5th time. I've been too busy recently." The woman closed the book in her hand, looked at her daughter and said, "Have you finished the tea?" "Yes." Qin Yitian nodded and took The Little Prince from his mother's hand. He took a bookmark and put it where his mother had just read it. He said, "The ending has been predestined. It's just a formality." The woman nodded and said, "You won, and Qin Chang didn't lose." "I know." Qin Yitian nodded and said, "After what happened to Jun Wei and the judgment of the elders tonight, I'm afraid my brothers in the family hate me even more, right? Who asked me to be a woman? A woman should be a good wife and have more children. Why should I be in charge of the family business? You've done all the things that men should do. What do you want them to do? Do you know why I hold on to the power in my hands?" The woman asked. "I don't know." Qin Yitian shook his head. "You've never told me either. But I know you're not a person who is greedy for power. The more they want it, the more I won't give it to them," the woman said. "I just want to tell them that you can't compete with me." Qin Yitian was stunned for a moment, then giggled and said, "I like this reason." The woman reached out and stroked her daughter's silky hair. She sighed softly and said, "It's just that releasing such news will eventually damage your reputation." Qin Yitian smiled and said, "If you don't release it, others will release it. It's like a bomb. If we detonate it ourselves, the initiative is still in our hands. If we let them detonate it, it's hard to say what the result will be. Besides, even my mother helped me steal a man. How can I not win?" Chapter 709. After Fang Yan took a taxi to the address on the information, Zhang Jianjun's secretary had been waiting at the intersection for a long time. Seeing the taxi stop, Li Mingyun quickly walked over to help open the rear door. He used his hand to protect Fang Yan's head from hitting it and said respectfully, "Mr. Fang, it's not convenient for the boss to come out. He's waiting for you in the private room." Zhang Jianjun was the secretary of the chief and a close minister of the emperor. In such a sensitive and critical position, there were countless people who wanted to be on good terms with him every day. If he stood on the side of the road to welcome guests, the people behind him could probably line up to the west gate of Xuanwu Gate. Of course, it was also possible that Zhang Jianjun felt that Fang Yan was not worthy of him coming out to welcome him personally. Fang Yan stepped out and shook hands with Li Mingyun. He said with a smile, "We Jianghu people don't care about trifles. This way, please." Li Mingyun made an inviting gesture and then walked to the side to lead the way. The young man was very young, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, and he did things in a measured manner. Fang Yan thought to himself, Huaxia's most outstanding talents are probably fighting in the system, right? Along the corner of the red wall, they turned left and right for a few hundred meters before stopping at the intersection of a bluestone alley. Li Mingyun walked to the door of the first Sihiyuan at the end of the alley and gently knocked on the door lock. The wooden door opened, and a beautiful woman in a palace dress bowed with a smile and said, "Your servant pays respect to the master." Li Mingyun waved his hand and said, "We Jianghu people don't care about trifles." He had learned from Fang Yan's words and used them in a practical manner. The woman wanted to lead the way in front, but Li Mingyun waved his hand and said, "I know the way." It was a traditional Sihiyuan restaurant with red walls and green tiles. It was somewhat similar to the popular private home cuisine outside. Li Mingyun pushed open the wooden door of the heavenly private room and said to Zhang Jianjun, who was sitting inside and drinking tea, "Boss, Mr. Fang is here. Can we serve the dishes?" "Wait a minute. There's still one guest who hasn't arrived," Zhang Jianjun said. As he spoke, Zhang Jianjun put down the teacup in his hand and took the initiative to shake hands with Fang Yan. "All the people here are familiar with each other. Once we go out, we'll be chatting non-stop, so we might as well hide here and enjoy some peace and quiet. Brother Fang Yan, don't take it to heart. We still have a long way to go. Zhang Jianjun shook hands with a lot of force. It was obvious that he was a soldier. Brother Jianjun is too polite, Fang Yan said with a smile. Zhang Jianjun made an inviting gesture and said, let's have some tea first. A good brother is coming over. Fang Yan was curious about what kind of person Zhang Jianjun had to personally wait for, but he didn't ask this question. He looked at the antique decorations in the private room and said with a smile, this is a good place. Ordinary people really can't find it. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, it's just a group of people who think they're so awesome showing off here. Usually, this place is not open to the public. They need to be introduced by acquaintances. Nowadays, in order to satisfy the selfish desires of some people, they can really come up with all kinds of ideas. It's normal for businessmen to pursue profits. Fang Yan said with a smile. Everyone has their own selfish desires. With selfishness and selfish desires, there will be people who will stand up to satisfy the selfishness and selfish desires of some people. As long as it's not against the law, it can't be said to be wrong. It's just that everyone wants to be a part of the people who are served. Everyone works so hard to live, seizing every seemingly insignificant opportunity and refusing to let go. Isn't it for this goal? Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, to be honest, you're younger than I thought. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He asked, how old do you think I should be? Zhang Jianjun didn't answer Fang Yan's question. Instead, he held the teacup and said calmly, we used to have a gathering here often, but at that time, the person who came was Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu took a leave of absence, so I took his place for a few days. The smile on Fang Yan's face became even more radiant. He looked as if he didn't have any ulterior motives. I know what kind of place Swallow Dock is, and I also know how much the chief values Swallow Dock. When I saw Bai Xiu, I thought he was the future of Swallow Dock. But I didn't expect that the person I took for granted as the future would never come again. Brother Jianjun, are you sad? Just a little sentimental. Zhang Jianjun said, the people who used to drink and chat at the same table are gone. I have to say that life is fickle. Fang Yan smiled and said, yes, life is fickle. So I feel that people should maintain their own hearts. If they don't do things that they feel guilty about, they won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. What do you mean by feeling guilty? What do you mean by not feeling guilty? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, most of the time, people are just doing things for the cup of tea in their hands, the bowl of food on the table, and the position of the chair under their buttocks. Whether it's for a cup of tea or a bowl of food, or perhaps for the position of the chair under their buttocks, we need to walk the right path and do good deeds. Why do farmers sleep so soundly at night? It's because every meal they eat is earned by their own hard work. They put in hard work and sweat. They have no fear or guilt in their hearts. According to health science, people will naturally live longer if they have fewer distracting thoughts. Zhang Jianjun nodded with a smile and said, so, they have always been farmers. Farmers have their own ways of giving, businessmen have their own ways of giving, and officials are the same. They are flexible but they don't violate the rules. They are flexible but they don't step on the line. This is how a successful politician should be, right? What if someone steps on the line? A gentleman does not stand under a wall. Fang Yan said, for those who abide by the rules, those people are walls that can be pushed down at any time. Zhang Jianjun sighed softly and looked at Fang Yan and said, it's really not easy to be able to keep one's heart at such a young age. I study Tai Chi. The most basic condition of Tai Chi is to have Qi in one's heart. What kind of Qi is that? It's the Qi of righteousness, the Qi of atmosphere, the Qi of mountains and rivers, the Qi of the sun, moon, and stars. How can a person who walks in the dark all day see the Qi of righteousness, the Qi of mountains and rivers, the Qi of the sun, moon, and stars? Zhang Jianjun was silent for a long time and said, no wonder the chief thinks so highly of you. You should be an official. Fang Yan shook his head and said, any field needs a good person like me who has principles and limits. Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Fang Yan also smiled. As he smiled, his gaze became piercingly cold. There was a murderous aura. This murderous aura was not emitted by Zhang Jianjun, who was beside him, but from outside the door. The murderous aura penetrated the wall and hit the face, which proved that this person was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful person could control his murderous aura, but he didn't hide it, which proved that the other party just wanted to put some pressure on him and didn't mean to hurt him. The guest is here, Fang Yan said. Really? Zhang Jianjun turned around but didn't see the guest. A few seconds later, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young man in black appeared at the door of the room. Before the man entered the room, there was a fierce aura attacking the people in the room. His eyes directly ignored Zhang Jianjun, the host, and swept over to Fang Yan. The two people looked at each other, and it felt like an ice knife against a frost sword. The man refused to dodge, and Fang Yan couldn't retreat. It was just a staring contest. He had practiced it when he was a child. He didn't believe that he couldn't exhaust him to death. Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to stand up and make an introduction. When he got up, he found that the situation between the two people was not right, so he sat back with a smile on his face. He wanted to see how these two people would end up. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. Li Mingyun appeared at the door again. Looking at the man blocking the door, she said, "Mr. Gongsun, why don't you go in and have some tea?" The man in black broke his disguise and glanced at Li Mingyun with dissatisfaction. He lifted his feet and walked into the private room. Zhang Jianjun got up, looked at the man in black and said, "Gongsun, I've been waiting for you." He pointed at Fang Yan who was drinking tea and said, "This is Fang Yan from Swallow Dock. You should get to know each other better in the future." Then he pointed at the man in black and said to Fang Yan, "Gongsun Qi, the disciple of the Divine Dragon. People call him Little Divine Dragon." Fang Yan's expression froze, and the way he looked at Gongsun Qi was filled with killing intent. This was the disciple of the Divine Dragon, Gongsun Qi. He knew that the Divine Dragon had entered the Red Wall a few years ago, becoming a consecrator of the Xian division that was responsible for the safety of the country's leader. It was said that there were several heavenly Dao realm experts in the Xian division, and the weaker ones could reach the quasi-heaven Dao realm. Although one would lose some freedom when trapped in the Red Wall, there were countless treasures in the Red Wall. Any request could be satisfied. At their level, not only did they need to rely on self-cultivation, they also needed to rely on herbs and Dharma artifacts to cultivate. Just like how some Western magicians needed large family clans to provide them with countless magic crystals, these cultivators also needed all sorts of herbs to nourish their bodies. They needed all sorts of rare beasts and stones to improve themselves. Who could be wealthier than the country, their financial backer? Gongsun Qi pricked up his brows and stared coldly at Fang Yan. He said, "You want to kill me?" How could Gongsun Qi not see the saber flash in Fang Yan's eyes? How can that be? Fang Yan chuckled and waved his hand, looking like a good person. He looked seriously at Gongsun Qi and said, "I want to kill your master." Chapter 710. I want to kill your master. These were Fang Yan's heartfelt words. Why did he have such a strong desire? Because he subconsciously thought that the Fang family's current situation was directly related to the old drunkard Mo Qingdi's meridians being broken by the dragon god. It could also be said that it was the fuse. If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, who would dare to bully the Fang family? If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, who would dare to kill Fang Yixing and destroy Fang Yan's family? If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, Fang Yan's life would not be so difficult and dangerous now, right? It was like a common scene in TV dramas. The male protagonist was originally from a wealthy family, but his father, the head of the family, was killed by someone. From then on, the family's financial situation plummeted, and he was bullied and looked down upon. The male protagonist's anger soared, and he began to work hard to avenge his father. Fang Yan was the male protagonist in another melodramatic drama. There was someone who could behead someone from 1,000 miles away, and someone who wanted to kill his master while chatting. Zhang Jianjun and Gong Sun Qi's expressions changed when they heard Fang Yan's words. Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan with a serious expression and said, "Fang Yan, be careful with what you say. Senior Dragon God is a national treasure, you must not attack him with words." Fang Yan said with a smile, "He is a national treasure, so I can't even scold him now." Back then, Mo Qingdi was also a national treasure, right? Even the chief took special care of him at that time, right? And the result? Didn't he still get his meridians broken? One can only hear the new laugh, who can hear the old cry? Is this the country's attitude towards the old who served the country? Zhang Jianjun shook his head and said, "The situation is different. They were a fair challenge at that time." "I didn't say it was an unfair challenge," Fang Yan said seriously. "When I challenge the Dragon God, I hope Brother Jianjun can be our witness." Martial artists valued the relationship between their masters the most. A master was like a father, and Gong Sun Qi was no exception. Hearing Fang Yan say that he wanted to kill his master, Gong Sun Qi sneered and said, "You're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, how ridiculous. You can forget about defeating me, yet you still want to challenge my master? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the might of my master's sword, right? I know why you hate my master so much. It's because he injured your senior brother, don't underestimate him." Back then, Mo Qingdi was invincible when he was at his peak, but he was still defeated by Master's rabbit head sword, not to mention the immature you. All right. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and said, "Don't start a war of words as soon as you meet. Take your seats. We still have business to discuss." Fang Yan's expression changed very quickly as he said with a smile, "A guest follows the host's wishes. I'll listen to Big Brother Jianjun's arrangement." Gong Sun Qi had always been an iceberg. From the moment they met, he had kept a straight face, so no one knew how he was feeling now. Under Zhang Jianjun's arrangement, Fang Yan and Gong Sun Qi sat on his left and right respectively. When Li Mingyun saw the guests at the table, he quickly turned around and went out to order the restaurant to serve the dishes. The dishes were all some home-cooked dishes. The ingredients were not extraordinary, but the cooking was very exquisite. Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan and Gong Sun Qi and said, "I heard that people in Jianghu like wine. I wonder if you two are interested in drinking a few cups. Shall the three of us drink some white wine? We don't agree with each other." "No wine." Gong Sun Qi directly refused. Fang Yan also looked at Zhang Jianjun with a smile and said, "I like wine, but it depends on who I drink with. How can there be no wine when meeting a good friend? Why don't I accompany Big Brother Jianjun for a drink or two?" Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, "All right. We'll drink a bottle, half a caddy each. I don't dare to drink too much. I still have to return to the chief after dinner." "I understand," Fang Yan said. Gong Sun Qi didn't drink, nor did he move the chopsticks in front of him. It was as if he had no appetite for the food on the table. Fang Yan and Zhang Jianjun drank 3 cups in a row, and the bottle of white wine was mostly gone. Fang Yan said with a smile, "Brother Jianjun has a good capacity for liquor." After a few cups of wine, Zhang Jianjun's impression of Fang Yan improved greatly. Although he was worried about Gong Sun Qi's identity as a disciple of the Divine Dragon, he felt that this guy who liked to pretend to be cool had a low EQ and looked like a fool. He said with a smile, "I was in the army back then, and then I was asked to work by the chief. The chief was the commander of the Iron Will Corps, and he took down one mountain after another with his brothers. Until now, he still likes to ask some talents from the military to work by his side. He always said that the army was hard, and there were too few opportunities. Many talented young people didn't have the chance to make a name for themselves." Fang Yan raised his glass and said with respect, "To the chief." "To the chief." Zhang Jianjun clinked his glass with Fang Yan again. Gong Sun Chi also wanted to the chief, but the two of them didn't call him at all. He was too embarrassed to go over with a teacup, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction in his heart. After drinking a bottle of wine, Zhang Jianjun's face turned slightly red, but Fang Yan looked as if nothing had happened. Zhang Jianjun laughed and patted Fang Yan's shoulder hard, saying, "I heard you chatting with the chief. You said that the children of Swallow Dock drink with a cup. At that time, I thought you were bragging, but now it seems that it's true." Fang Yan smiled modestly and said, "You are really good at bragging. You can blow a cow into the air with one breath. I know that brother Fang Yan didn't drink well today. Let's get together another day. However, there is indeed an urgent matter that requires the two of you to take action today." "What is it?" Fang Yan asked. Gong Sun Chi also looked over curiously. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "This matter is too confidential, and this is not the place to talk. This time, I invited you two out mainly because the chief has ordered that you two will be responsible for this mission. Let's eat and get to know each other first, so that you can cooperate tacitly when carrying out missions in the future." Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother Jianjun, haven't you investigated before? Between the two of us, I want to kill him with a palm, and he also wants to stab me with a sword. Under such circumstances, how can the two of us cooperate tacitly?" Zhang Jianjun's face became serious and said, "Is personal hatred or national hatred greater? If you can't distinguish between personal hatred and national hatred, who do you think will be hit in the end because of internal strife?" Fang Yan and Gong Sun Chi looked at each other, both of them silent. Zhang Jianjun's expression eased a little and said, "You are both the most outstanding talents of the country. One is from Swallow Dock, one is from the mysterious department, one is the soul of the people, and the other is an official elite. In the future, there will be too many areas where the two of you will need to cooperate. You two must distinguish the importance." Fang Yan nodded with absolute certainty and said, "Big brother Jianjun, don't worry. I will actively cooperate and try my best to complete the mission. As for whether my teammates will cheat me or not, it's hard to say." Gong Sun Chi's face was full of contempt as he sneered and said, "People who speak nice words generally don't look good when they do things. Don't tell lies in front of our big brother Jianjun. There are many people in the government who speak nice words. Don't tell me they don't look good when they do things. Damn you." Gong Sun Chi suffered a big loss in words, so he wanted to draw his sword. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and said, "Now you two know each other. Wait for the mission notice. Someone will contact you when the time comes." With that, Zhang Jianjun pushed the chair and got up to leave. When he walked to the door, Zhang Jianjun stopped again and turned to look at Fang Yan and Gong Sun Chi, saying, "I have paid for the tea and the meal. If you two break any tables or chairs, you will have to pay for it yourself. A friendly reminder, the things inside are really not cheap." With that said, he laughed and left. Fang Yan and Gong Sun Chi sat there, staring at each other, as if they would draw their swords at any time. After a long time, Gong Sun Chi looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Are the things inside very expensive?" "They don't look cheap." Fang Yan said. "Did you bring any money?" "No." Crash. Gong Sun Chi stood up and looked coldly at Fang Yan, saying, "In that case, let's fight another day." "Then it's settled," Fang Yan said. Gong Sun Chi snorted coldly and pushed the door to leave in a very free and easy manner. Fang Yan sat in the same place, thinking about his own things. Gong Sun Chi appeared, so what about his master, the divine dragon Xiao Buxiao? He broke the tendons of the old drunkard Mo Qingdi's hand, so he should be worried about the Fang family coming to seek revenge, right? Did his line of sight notice her? Also, Zhang Jianjun knew that the Fang family and the divine dragon had a grudge, but he still set up a trap to bring him and Gong Sun Chi together. What did he want to do? Was this his intention, or the intention of the old man behind him? I can't figure it out. Fang Yan drank up the last drop of wine in the cup and muttered to himself, I really can't figure it out. When Zhang Jianjun returned to the Silver Needle courtyard, the old man was sitting at the table practicing calligraphy. Zhang Jianjun eagerly ran to help the old man make a cup of tea, and then stood quietly in the distance to watch. The old man came from the army, so his calligraphy was not beautiful, and the level was not too high. But the strength was great, and the ink penetrated the back of the paper. Moreover, every horizontal and vertical stroke of his calligraphy was extremely regular, looking decent and elegant, as if it was mimeographed for students to practice calligraphy. Of course, he himself was also imitating the handwriting. Skillful and easy. These were the 4 big characters on the paper. Because of the excessive strength, at first glance, they looked like 4 big ink balls. After the old man finished writing, he carefully looked for a while, shook his head gently and said, "I have always followed the principle of skillful and easy in dealing with people, but I am not skillful at all when I write. It is too shallow and frivolous, and the words are heavy. If you don't like it, I will put it away and mount it on the wall of our living room." Zhang Jianjun said with a smile. The old man threw the brush into the ink pool and said, "If you like it, take it, but don't mount it. If you do so, it is not because the calligraphy is good, but because of the identity of the writer. You must not learn this kind of vulgar and bad habit." "Yes." Zhang Jianjun promised with a smile and handed the towel to the old man to wipe his hands. While wiping his hands, the old man looked at Zhang Jianjun and asked, "Have they met?" "Yes." Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, "How is it?" "It will happen at any moment." Chapter 711. On the verge of exploding. The old man chewed on this comment and said, "This phrase is not as good as handling with ease." At their age, how could they learn the essence of handling with ease? Wasn't Mo Qingdi young and promising back then? At that time, you were still a correspondent. When Mo Qingdi came to see me for the first time, I asked him what his hobbies were. He said drinking and writing. Kung Fu was only ranked 3rd. I told him that I couldn't compete with him in drinking, and it was even more impossible for me to compete with him in Kung Fu. In the end, he wrote "handling with ease" for me. Do you still remember his handwriting? Yes. How could I not remember? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "The chief even asked me to hang Mo Qingdi's calligraphy in my bedroom, and I've been studying it day and night." Later, the chief kept practicing handling with ease. That must have something to do with him, right? That's right. The old man nodded with a smile. Mo Qingdi's calligraphy was really handling with ease. His strength was even, and his strokes were well proportioned. He could make people feel his strength and bearing, and also show them the beauty of his form. After that, I often reflected that ruling a big country is like cooking a small fish, so I need to do it with ease. Both of them are good, but their hearts are too vicious and their personal grudges are deep, so it's not easy to use them. But there's still a difference between them. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile. Fang Yan's heart is vicious, but he's well controlled and can control his emotions well. Not to say handling with ease, but at least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. Gong Sun Qi's character is eccentric, and as Mr. Dragon God's disciple, his murderous aura is more intense. Perhaps it's his nature, his character is sharper, like an unsheathed sword. He doesn't hide it, and he doesn't hold back. The old man glanced at Zhang Jianjun and said with a smile, "Looks like you like Fang Yan more, right?" Zhang Jianjun also smiled and said, "I have my own selfish motives. Fang Yan offered to drink with me, so I like him." Let's take a closer look. The old man said with a smile. Observe their words and actions. What we've got now is only a superficial conclusion. As for their nature, we can't make a decision yet. If we put them in such an environment, surely their nature will be more thoroughly exposed. But isn't this too dangerous? They have never been on a mission before. Danger? The old man glanced at Zhang Jianjun and said, "In ancient times, the swordsman learned the art of slaying dragons and sold it to the royal family. Nowadays, Martial artists had to learn killing techniques to protect their country and their families. The way he said it was different, but the nature was the same. Whether it was in the past or in the future, these people with extraordinary skills are the pillars of our country. That is their responsibility, as it is ours. It's all for the sake of making people's lives safer and happier. I understand. Zhang Jianjun nodded solemnly and said, I will arrange this matter well. Go and rest. The old man waved his hand and said, I'll look at the documents for a while. I also have some documents to read. Zhang Jianjun said, I'm in the small office outside. If you have any instructions, just call me and I'll come. The old man ignored Zhang Jianjun and walked straight to the desk. He flipped open a red document and began to read it. For people like them, there were countless decisions that needed to be made every day, and every decision was related to the people. They couldn't be the slightest bit careless. The news that Jiang Junling had been banished from the Jiang family and his name had been struck off from the Jiang family genealogy had finally spread. The news had first come from Jun Shiwen, and it was Fang Yan who had exposed this secret in front of everyone. Later on, someone had brought this matter to General Xing, and General Xing had replied with great certainty that this was indeed the case. General Xing's attitude had instantly dispelled all the suspicions of the outside world. No one had expected that the Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Shifu, who had always been protective of his son, would act so viciously and mercilessly. This could be considered the most exciting thing to happen in Yanjing in recent times, even suppressing the rumor that Qin Tian was a mistress. Thus, the other key person who had caused the old patriarch to make this decision had also been revealed through the mouths of those with ulterior motives, Fang Yan. It was said that he had paid a visit to the Jiang family and eaten a bowl of dumplings that the old patriarch had personally made. Then, the old patriarch had straightforwardly kicked his own grandson out. Fang Yan. Everyone slapped their heads in thought, feeling that this name was a bit familiar. Very quickly, some smart people discovered that the Fang Yan who had caused Jiang Junling to be kicked out was the same person as the man who had interfered with Qin Tian as a third party, Fang Yan. Fang Yan. It was Fang Yan again. In a single night, Fang Yan had become an influential figure in Yanjing. Back then, he had a conflict with Jiang Junling. That's right, back at the Maple Leaf Club, he had a direct conflict with Jiang Junling. I was also there. I heard that back then, he had caused Jiang Junling to suffer a huge loss. Jiang Junling bore a grudge and chased him all the way to Huaqing 3 years later. I don't know what Jiang Junling had done in Huaqing for the Jiang family's patriarch to actually chase him out of the Jiang family. This Fang Yan must not be provoked, and I don't know what his background is either. I just don't understand. For a woman like Qin Tian, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, there would be people willing to pluck them down for her. Why would she want to be a man's mistress? One by one, the incidents where Fang Yan had made a name for himself in Yanjing were all dug out. There were even people who had made a copy of the picture of him that he had posted on the school's famous teacher program when he was teaching at Rosefinch Secondary. When someone asked about it, he would open his phone and take out the picture of Fang Yan and say, "Here, this is it." Then, those who saw the picture would have a look of surprise and say that he looked very ordinary. In all honesty, how handsome can anyone's picture be? Do they have the guts to put their ID cards on the internet? Hearing Xia Chen's description, Fang Yan said angrily. Xia Zhi laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back and said, "That's right, when my friends said you weren't handsome, I answered them the same way." Seeing Xia Chen's happy appearance, Fang Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, "You've been busy lately, right? You look a little thinner, but you're in pretty good spirits." "Did I really lose weight?" Xia Chen happily said, "I've been using the fruit and vegetable diet method to lose weight recently. So it really worked. When I look in the mirror myself, I don't feel too obvious. I've been busy before, and I still am. But aren't you being a little too disloyal? You didn't even greet me when you arrived in Beijing?" If Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin hadn't come back drunk, I wouldn't have known that they had already met you. I heard you're going to participate in an event. Xia Zhi rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, please, when will I not participate in an event? I have to participate in a lot of activities every day, okay? You just don't want to call me. You're afraid that I'll disturb your gathering with those two little girls, right? Sigh, men these days all like the young. No one is interested in the old ones like me. I really don't have one. Fang Yan helplessly rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Xia Zhi picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. He looked at Fang Yan and asked, Fang Yan, how are you doing? It's hard to say whether it's good or not. Fang Yan said with a smile, it's hard to say, but at least I'm still alive. Let's just say that we're in danger every day. Don't look at us sitting together happily drinking coffee now. Maybe someone will come and kill me later. I'm not surprised that this happened. It's not a good idea to always be like this. Xia Zhi sighed and said, you dodged it once, you dodged it twice, but can you hide for the rest of your life? What can I do? Fang Yan asked. Xia Chen thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He said, how about, I bring you back to see my grandfather and tell him that you're my best friend. We'll beg him to speak softly to the old man of the Jiang family. My grandfather and the old man of the Jiang family have some friendship. If he is willing to step forward, perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Fang Yan looked at Xia Zhi with a face full of emotion and said, Xia, for you to say such words proves that you sincerely treat me as a friend. Nonsense. Xia Zhi snappily said. When did I not treat you as a friend? You on the other hand, you forgot your friends and didn't even call me when you arrived in Beijing. Fang Yan smiled but did not reply. He knew that if he were to tangle with a woman on this topic, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly in 3 to 5 days. But there's really no need. Fang Yan said. There was also another old man who brought me to visit Jiang Shifu. He also had the intention of speaking on my behalf, but he was unable to say the words. Jiang Shifu would rather banish his own grandson from the Jiang family than have any intention of privately reconciling. He is determined to fight to the death with me. To offend such a huge monster. Xia looked at Fang Yan with a face full of worry and said, you must be careful. I've lived in Beijing for so many years, but I still don't know how big the Jiang family is. I'm afraid even my grandfather doesn't know. It's really hard to feel at ease with such an opponent. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Fang Yan smiled and said, even when I sleep, I open one eye and close one eye. I'm afraid that if I accidentally fall asleep, I won't be able to open my eyes again. Even when you sleep, you turn a blind eye. That's because you've done too many guilty things, right? A young man stood behind Fang Yan and said in a hostile voice, Fang Yan, why aren't people like you dead yet? How can you still be alive? Fang Yan spread out his hands towards Xia Zhi and helplessly said, look, I was right. Trouble will come knocking at your door at any time. Chapter 7:12. When people are unlucky, they will become more and more unlucky. This sentence was said by Fang Yan. Fang Yan felt that he could use his own name to name a Fang Yan law. The afternoon tea at the Palace Hotel was very famous. Some celebrities and socialites liked to meet here or talk about things. Fang Yan didn't have a house in Beijing, and he didn't want to disturb others, so he stayed at the Palace Hotel. When he called in the summer, he heard that Fang Yan was staying at the Palace Hotel, so he said that his activity venue wasn't far from here. He made an appointment with Fang Yan to have afternoon tea here. They had been sitting here for less than half an hour when the Fang Yan law came into play. Once again, bad luck came knocking on their door. It was just as he had said to Xia Zhi just now. Don't look at us sitting together happily drinking coffee, maybe someone will come and kill me in a while. Of course, the person who spoke might not be able to kill Fang Yan, and there were only a handful of people in this world who could kill him. However, The other party obviously wanted to insult him or be insulted by him. In any case, he didn't want to make things easy for Fang Yan. Not even for a minute. Seeing that Fang Yan was still mocking herself, Xia Xia smiled and said, "You can even set up a stall under the bridge. There's no more accurate fortune teller than you. Then you have to take care of my business." Fang Yan said with a smile. "Look, I still have some things to take care of. How about, it doesn't matter?" Xia Xia rejected Fang Yan's hidden suggestion and said, "I'm not busy, I can wait for you." Fang Yan smiled. After getting the woman's understanding, he turned to look at the man standing behind him and asked, "Enteng, who gave you the courage to stand in front of me?" Enteng, Phoenix's brother. When he was very young, he had followed his family to Swallow Dock. It was just that he was a proud person and looked down on the poor kids in the village because of his status as a city dweller. The first time they met, he had a conflict with Fang Yan. That was because they drove a green Hummer back. When Yi Fengxing saw it, he exclaimed that the car was so cool and that he wanted to buy one when he grew up. As he spoke, he used his hand to touch the hard lines of the car. Enteng was furious. He shouted, "Don't touch my car," and punched Yi Fengxing's back. Fang Yan stood beside Yi Fengxing. How could he let his good brother suffer a loss? He threw Enteng over his shoulder and sent him flying. From then on, Enteng no longer had any contact with the children of Swallow Dock. Even the number of times he went there was pitifully low. Even if he went there, he would hide in his old house and play games. He would not play with Fang Yan, Yi Fengxing, and the other children. The little fellows of Swallow Dock all liked phoenixes, so everyone called her Phoenix. None of Swallow Dock's friends liked Enteng, so Li Xiaotian gave him the nickname, Crow. Who asked him to be disliked. Later, as Enteng grew up, he became more and more resentful towards Fang Yan for throwing him away. There were 2 times when they met that Fang Yan wanted to be friends with him, so that Phoenix would not be in a dilemma. However, when he saw that Enteng was looking at him with a murderous look, Fang Yan let go of that thought. You can lower your head to a dog, but don't ever think of associating with a wolf. A dog will only bite you once, but a wolf will eat you whole without spitting out the bones. After that, the 2 of them did not have any contact. They studied and worked. Fang Yan went to Huacheng, and Enteng was nowhere to be found. He did not expect that the 2 of them would meet in this hotel restaurant. Moreover, Enteng was so murderous that he took the initiative to look for trouble. This was the first time Fang Yan had seen someone from the Yin clan since Phoenix's accident. He took the initiative to greet Xia Chen and said, "Sister Xia, I didn't mean to disturb your mood, but when I saw a heartless person like Fang Yan, I felt a bit of anger in my heart. I'm here to expose his ugly face, so that everyone else can be vigilant." Xia Chen was expressionless as he stirred the coffee in his cup with a spoon and said, "That's your private matter. You guys can handle it yourselves." Xia Chen was no stranger to Enteng. He was not afraid, nor did he want to cause trouble. She had heard a little about what had happened between Yu Yao and Fang Yan, but she did not know much about what had happened in between. In the encirclement incident that took place on the summit of One Sword Peak, the people involved were either dead or escaped. A few of them were monks and Taoist priests who kept their mouths shut about this matter. Other than guessing, the outside world had no other way to know the truth. Including the reason why Jiang Junling was expelled from the Jiang clan, it also made countless people scratch their hearts and lungs to find out the truth. "Fang Yan, what did you do to my sister? Forcing her to go to the Lotus Temple to be a nun? Whether she is good or bad to you, as long as you are not blind, you will definitely be able to see it. Do you still have a conscience for treating him like this? A heartless person like you is worse than a pig or a dog. No wonder Qin Yitian has been rumored to be your mistress recently. So it turns out that you abandoned him after climbing up a higher branch." Enteng's handsome face was twisted, as if he had some kind of blood feud with Fang Yan. Beside Enteng stood a pure and sweet girl. She also looked at Fang Yan with a look of, "This guy is a scum," her face full of disgust and hostility. Heartless person. Mistress? Abandon after taking advantage of? Fang Yan carefully sorted out the contents of Enteng's words and finally understood what he was trying to express. In other words, in Enteng's mind, he was Phoenix's boyfriend, and Phoenix was also infatuated with him. In the end, when she ran to Huaqing to find him, she found out that he climbed up a higher branch called Qinitian, so she abandoned him and broke up with Phoenix. In a rage, Phoenix cut off her relationship with the mortal world and became a nun. What a wonderful and exciting melodramatic drama. If it was made into a novel, it would definitely be a big seller, right? Fang Yan had already thought of the name. It would be called, My Ex-Girlfriend Became a Nun, and the number of hits on the website would quickly exceed 100 million. However, from Enteng's words, Fang Yan obtained an extremely useful conclusion. He understood his sister's feelings for him. Was Phoenix too obvious, or had his sister once exposed her heart to her brother? Phoenix, thinking of Phoenix's indifferent but determined appearance outside the Lotus Temple, Fang Yan's heart began to ache again. The people around him either passed away or left. Was he the descendant of Sirius? Was he destined to be alone for the rest of his life? Fang Yan opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but felt that his laughter was too inexplicable. He looked at the girl next to Enteng and asked, Do you believe what he said? Phoenix mentioned you to me. Every time we talked, she would talk about you. I am also a woman, and I know how a woman likes a man. She can't bear it, and she can't hide it. Every word can be led to him, and she wants the whole world to say good things about him. The girl stared at Fang Yan with disdain and said, Phoenix suddenly decided to become a nun. It must have something to do with you, you scumbag. It has something to do with me. Fang Yan nodded and said. You admit it yourself? Enteng sneered. You ruined a woman's life, do you know that? You scumbag, are you still human? But, it's not the kind of relationship you think, Fang Yan said. Not the kind of relationship we think. What kind of relationship is that? Enteng thought that Fang Yan was quibbling, so he said harshly, Fang Yan, stop explaining. What kind of bastard are you? I saw through you many years ago. My sister is now in the temple and praying to Buddha, but you are outside drinking. Do you have the heart? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Because. Fang Yan sighed softly and said, It's not me who forced her to be a nun. It's your family who forced her to be a nun. Enteng laughed and pointed to Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, are you crazy? Our family forced her to be a nun. Everyone in our family likes her, and everyone treats her like a phoenix. Why would we force her to be a nun? You just want to shirk your responsibility. How can you say such a thing? It's your family who forced her to be a nun. Fang Yan said firmly. Perhaps Enteng didn't know anything, but at this moment, Fang Yan's hatred for the Yin family suddenly emerged from the depths of his bones. He hated the Yin family, hated everyone in the Yin family. These people were all executioners, living butchers. They killed his relationship with Phoenix, and also Phoenix's life. If it wasn't for your Yin family, Phoenix and I would have been together a long time ago. Maybe we would be married and have children now. If it wasn't for your Yin family, how could Phoenix force herself to be with a pervert like Bai Xiu? If it wasn't for your Yin family. Fang Yan didn't know how to tell Enteng about what happened that night. It was the scar that Phoenix carved on his heart, and it was also the scar that Phoenix left on her face. That kind of thing was too cruel. If he told Enteng about it, everyone's soul would be hurt again. Phoenix had become a nun, and she wanted to atone for her sins. How could Fang Yan expose that scandal and turn Phoenix into a cursed and vicious woman? Even in the heart of the victim, she was not a vicious woman. How could he bear to let some insignificant people scold her like that? He didn't want Phoenix to suffer that kind of harm, even if it would make him feel wronged. However, Fang Yan didn't like the feeling of being wronged. That feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as if there was a powerful airflow running wildly in his body, looking everywhere for an exit, wanting to break out of his body. Since his heart was holding back, he had to find a way to vent it. So, Fang Yan picked up the coffee in front of him and splashed it on Enteng's angry face. Chapter 713. Holding one's breath and then releasing it, tightening and then relaxing, this was the way of Tai Chi. After venting his anger, Fang Yan immediately felt refreshed and his thoughts were clear. Even the summer that he was sitting on the opposite side of him, which was originally shining brightly, became 10 times or even dozens of times better than before. Even when he saw the layer of gray coffee juice on Enteng's face, Fang Yan felt that he was a little cute and wanted to kiss him. The girl next to Enteng exclaimed. He didn't know if it was because her reaction was half a beat slow, or she needed time to think about whether to shout, "Ah," or "Yeah." Anyway, Fang Yan felt that the rhythm of her shouting was very unprofessional. It was like after someone slapped you in the face, you should immediately shout, "Ah," or "Yeah," to match the situation. After someone slapped you in the face, you only shouted, "Ah," after 3 hours. Wasn't there something wrong with your brain? It was also because of this reason that Fang Yan didn't like this girl very much. Although her delicate appearance was still in line with Fang Yan's aesthetic standards, he felt that the other party's acting was too exaggerated. However, the effect was achieved in the end. It should be known that most of the people who would come to a place like the Palace Hotel for afternoon tea were socialites or ladies pretending to be socialites. When they ate the pastries, they tasted them in small bites, and when they chewed, they made no sound. When they talked, if you didn't lean in, you wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. The girl's scream immediately broke the quiet and elegant environment of the Palace Hotel. It was like a murderous howl, and everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The coffee was first poured on Enteng's face in pieces, then it began to dilute and spread down his face. The gray juice dripped on Enteng's face, neck, clothes. It also slipped into Enteng's mouth, which made Fang Yan's stomach turn and he felt waves of nausea. He had already drunk half of that cup of coffee. Was this an indirect kiss? After the girl shouted, she finally realized what she should do. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and quickly used it to wipe the coffee on Enteng's face. Enteng grabbed the handkerchief from her hand and wiped his face. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Fang Yan and shouted, "Fang Yan, don't go too far." "Who's the one who's going too far?" Fang Yan pushed away the sofa under his butt and stood up. He looked at Enteng with a serious expression and said, "Enteng, I don't know if you really don't know or not. Go back and ask. Ask your parents, ask your uncles, or ask that old man in your family. Go and ask them, did they go too far? I don't need to go back and ask them. I can see it myself now. Everyone with eyes can see it." Enteng pointed at his messy face and shouted, "Fang Yan, how immoral are you to do something like this? Your behavior is just like a shrew's way of fighting and swearing. No wonder you can't be seen in public. No wonder my family doesn't want my sister to be with you. The fundamental reason is that you don't deserve my sister. You are a rustic wild dog. Do you think you can rush to Yanjing and get a foothold at the foot of the imperial city just by wagging your tail? Let me tell you, you are dreaming." Fang Yan looked at Enteng as if he was looking at an idiot. He pointed at his feet and said, "I have already got a foothold at the foot of the imperial city. Am I dreaming now? It's such a simple thing. Is it a very difficult thing for you to stand here with your feet firmly? Do you need to wag your tail at others? Enteng, do you know what I dislike the most about you? I don't dislike your fake aloofness or the pride in your bones. I don't dislike your attitude that you are number one in the world. This is indeed a bit annoying. What I dislike the most is that you are standing in front of me at this moment." Fang Yan pointed at the crowd that was looking at them and said, "Do you know what they were talking about just now? They were talking about why I forced Jiang Shifu to expel Jiang Junling from the family. They were talking about why Qini Tian, that kind of girl, would like me. Who is my opponent? It's Jiang Junling and the entire Jiang family." Fang Yan swept an extremely disdainful glance at Enteng and said, "I am the focus of the crowd. I am the topic of discussion of the entire Yanjing people. But you came to provoke me at this time. What do you mean? You want to use my name to become famous? You want to step on me to rise? Do you think that by doing this, others will think that you have the qualifications to be my opponent? I can splash coffee on your face. Do you have the ability to splash coffee on my face? Enteng breathed heavily. His black pupils darkened and the white of his eyes turned red. His eyes showed a kind of sick blood-red color, like a bloodthirsty wolf or a crazy dog. After listening to Fang Yan's words, he turned around and ran to a table. He picked up a lady's coffee and wanted to splash it on Fang Yan's face. Fang Yan reacted quickly. He pushed Enteng's little girlfriend in front of him as a shield and said mockingly, "Splash it. Do you have the ability to splash it? You bastard." Enteng felt that his bladder was about to explode because of Fang Yan. He held the cup of hot coffee and circled around Fang Yan, wanting to splash the coffee on his face. However, when he circled around, Fang Yan pulled the girl and also circled around, saying, splash it on my face if you have the ability." No matter how Enteng circled around, the one in front of him was always the miserable and pale little face of his little girlfriend. The onlookers were all stunned by this scene. They thought that they would see a wonderful show, but no one expected. This good show was such a child's play. "I can't believe my eyes," a young girl in a red dress said to her companion. "That guy. The guy who dragged a woman as a shield, is he really the Fang Yan who forced Jiang Junling away? Are they playing house? Let's see if there are any cameras nearby. They must be filming." Xia Ji was a little regretful. When Fang Yan just said that she could leave in advance if she had something to do, she shouldn't have hesitated and quickly left with her bag. How could I become friends with such a guy? Xia Ji wailed in her heart. Her head was lowered, her long hair was scattered, and she tried not to look into anyone's eyes. She really couldn't afford to lose this person. "Are you going to splash me?" Fang Yan said proudly. "Can't splash it." Enteng raised the coffee cup in his hand several times, but his little girlfriend exclaimed, "No, Enteng doesn't want it," so Enteng couldn't pour it down. The hotel staff finally couldn't stand it anymore as the commotion was so joyous and unscrupulous. The security guard at the door and the welcoming girl ran over together. The welcoming girl advised Enteng, "Sir, please put down the coffee cup. If you have something to say, let's talk." However, the security guard walked towards Fang Yan and said, "Sir, please let go of this lady. You are breaking the law. If you don't let her go, we will call the police." Fang Yan pointed at Enteng and said, "He wants to splash me with coffee." "Sir, I promise you." Pa, when Enteng was dodging the greeter's action, the coffee in his hands spilled out. The entire cup of coffee and the cup smashed into the security guard's chest. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then let out a blood-curdling scream. The coffee was too damn hot. Fang Yan sighed softly, looked at the security guard who was affected, and said, "You see, you can't guarantee anything." Enteng looked at the security guard who was scalded by the coffee and stopped chasing Fang Yan. Fang Yan let go of the girl, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Go comfort him. What if he wants to commit suicide?" The girl's eyes were wet. She rushed to hug Enteng and cried. Enteng's eyes were also red. He reached out and hugged the girl. He stared at Fang Yan fiercely and said, "Fang Yan, today's shame, okay." Fang Yan waved his hand impatiently and said, "I know you want revenge. I know it even if you don't say it. Hurry up, or you won't be able to leave if I change my mind." "Anne." Fang Yan pointed to the security guard who was covering his chest and said, "Pay for his medical expenses. It's not easy for him to find a job." Enteng didn't say a word. He pulled the girl's hand and quickly left. Fang Yan took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. He said, "Help him wipe it." He then took out a credit card from his pocket and said, "I'll pay for the medical expenses, I'll pay for the broken things. I'll leave this card with you for now." When Fang Yan sat down again, his face was full of exhaustion. Xia Xia looked at his expression for a long time, then said in a low voice, Fang Yan, you're too tired. Yeah, I'm too tired. Fang Yan said with infinite emotion, if you want to take care of everyone's feelings, then you can only sacrifice your own feelings. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but when I saw that girl crying in her boyfriend's arms, I was actually very envious of her. I've always felt that I was the one who felt the most wronged and should be crying. But I just can't cry. If you want to cry, then cry. Xia Xia looked at his sad eyes with infinite pity and said, didn't King Lu sing it already? A man can cry, it's not a sin. I can't cry. Fang Yan rubbed her eyes hard, showing a strong look that wouldn't be easily overwhelmed by life. If you can't lower your head, the crown will fall. You can't cry. Idiots will laugh. Puchi. After holding it in for a long time, Xia Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fang Yan became anxious and quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I didn't say you were an idiot. Chapter 714. It would have been better if Fang Yan didn't explain, but after listening to Fang Yan's explanation, Xia Xia really wanted to smash the coffee cup in his hand into his face. What do you mean I didn't say you were an idiot? Xia Xia thought angrily. However, she was happy in her heart. The only person who dared to talk to her like this, who dared to use such an insulting word like idiot to joke with her, was probably the only one in Fang Yan in all these years. Other men either treated her as a high and mighty star, or as a goddess with an extraordinary background. Some people, even if they wanted to show their affection and joke with her, it would just be a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. It would be too forceful and deliberate, and they would just laugh it off. Instead, they would think, so the relationship between us is just like that. Fang Yan said it so casually, so naturally joking with her. In his heart, he did indeed treat her as a friend. Look, a woman's mind is so strange. You love her and hold her, and she feels that your bones are cheap. If you belittled her and stepped on her, she would think that you were a bastard. It was not easy to master the degree of the relationship. However, a friendly reminder, don't treat women as goddesses. Fang Yan smiled and said, this is a line from a TV series. It's very popular on the internet. I'll borrow it for a while, I've seen this TV series. Xia Qin said, as long as it's an outstanding work or a work that has a good reaction from the market, I will find time to carefully appreciate it. I'm always worried that I'm not doing well enough, so I have to constantly learn from others' strengths. You're already the movie queen, who can be your teacher? Fang Yan said with a smile. How can there be a time to be satisfied? Xia Ji shook his head and said, you're a little abnormal today, I thought of a friend. Fang Yan said. Her ending shouldn't be like this, is it Ting's sister? I don't have much contact with her, but I heard that she's very beautiful. She's a famous beauty in Beijing. Xia Xia said, they definitely wouldn't have thought that a person with such a vicious mouth would be so kind. Are you complimenting me? Fang Yan asked with a smile. If it weren't for her feelings, I'm afraid you wouldn't have let Ting off so easily, right? Do you still remember what happened to us in watching Sky Number 1? You could even deal with an insignificant person so cleanly. The Yin family has owed you too much, yet you allowed him to walk out unscathed. Xia Xia thoughtfully sized up Fang Yan and said, I can't tell, I didn't expect you to be such a passionate person. Fang Yan forced a smile and said, how is this sentimental? She was my first love. Have you ever had your first love? It's the first time I've experienced the feeling of my heart racing. Unfortunately, it's impossible for us to do it again. A lot of things can never go back to the past. Xia Qin comforted her and said, if we can't walk together, then we can only say that you guys aren't suitable. In any case, you have Yi Rou, Qin Etian, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin now. Especially Jiang Qin, it was as if he had been possessed. So many years had passed, how old was she at that time? I really don't know what you did to a child back then. I just asked them to study hard and make progress every day. Fang Yan smiled and said, if you don't believe me, go back and ask them. Maybe it's because they think what I said makes too much sense. Everyone knows what to say. Even if it makes sense, so what? Xia Chen pouted coquettishly and said, however, your current situation is getting worse and worse. You've already offended the Jiang family, and now you've offended the Yin family, as well as some enemies that I might not even know about. Fang Yan, how can you have such an ability? Why can you offend so many people wherever you go? I've explained this to others. I told them it's because I'm too outstanding. Fang Yan said. But in front of you, I have no choice but to tell the truth, Xia Zhi's face was full of curiosity as he asked, because what? Because my luck with women is too good. Fang Yan said in a low voice, if I didn't know Lu Chaoga back then, I wouldn't have come into contact with Jiang Zhulu. If I didn't come into contact with Jiang Zhulu, I wouldn't have become enemies with Jiang Junling. Later on, I realized that all the bad guys in the world are good friends. I don't know if your luck with women is good or not. Xia Kiki giggled and said, your last sentence is right. All the bad guys in the world are good friends. At that level, all the bad guys know each other. Because this circle is too small, there are always a few people jumping around. So, I poked a hornet's nest. You can't say that. Xia brushed away the hair on his forehead and said with a serious expression, you have a lot of resources on hand. You have Swallow Fort, at least the master of Swallow Fort supports you. You have the support of the Qin family, your own Chaoyan Empire, and the solid foundation of Huacheng. You also have so many friends. If you need me, I'm willing to bring you back and beg the old man to help you. Although the strength on your side is too scattered, and you might be at a disadvantage in a clash, it's not like you're completely powerless. Fang Yan, think about it. 3 years ago, if someone had told me that you could contend against a giant like the Jiang family, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. But now, I believe that you can contend against them, and I even believe that you will win in the end. I don't know if I will win, I only know that I must fight. Fang Yan said resolutely, fighting is just a possibility of dying. If you don't fight, you will definitely die. Zhang Jianjun said that there was a mission for him and Gong Sun Qi to carry out, but Fang Yan did not receive any news from the other party for a while, so he returned to Swallow Dock first. Although he was now a hot topic in Beijing, he was still unfamiliar with the city. Although Swallow Dock was his sad place, it also gave him a sense of belonging. This time, he came back to ask for an answer from his teacher, and also to accompany his grandfather, whose health was getting worse and worse, and his mother, who had lost her lover. Fang Yan returned to Swallow Dock. Except for taking a walk with Yi Ro occasionally, he spent most of his time walking around Swallow Dock with his grandfather, Fang Huwei, or accompanying his mother, Lu Wan, to fertilize and weed the vegetable field beside his father's grave. The fresh fruits were all ripe, and he could pick a large basket every time. He couldn't finish it at home, so Fang Yan would carry a basket to the Yi family whenever he had something to do. Today, as usual, after sending his mother home in the Fang Yan, he carried a basket of freshly picked cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, and other food to the Yi family. Before he reached the Yi family's door, he heard the sound of fighting coming from the yard. Fang Yan could not help but grin. He did not expect that there would be someone else in Swallow Dock who dared to come to the Yi family and make trouble. After getting closer, he realized that it was not the case at all. Yi Fengsheng, don't be a coward, come out. Yi Fengsheng, do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide? Let me tell you, if you don't explain yourself today, I will beat you up every time I see you. Yi Fengsheng. Don't pull me, Yi Fengsheng, you irresponsible coward. Fang Yan found the voice to be familiar. When he crossed the threshold of the Yi family, he realized that the person cursing was Bailey Lu, whom he had not seen for a while. Bailey Lu was dressed in short clothes with a ribbon tied on his head. His sleeves were rolled up, and he looked like he was going to fight to the death. Bailey Lu's sister, Bailey Qingzhu, stood beside her brother and kept pulling her brother's sleeves. She tried to persuade him in a low voice, but Bailey Lu, who was in a rage, had no intention of listening to her explanation. Fang Yan did not see Yi Fengsheng. Instead, he saw a few other juniors standing at the side watching the show. Seeing Fang Yan come in, Yezi came over with a smile and said, "There's a show to watch." "What show?" Fang Yan asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Yezi's face turned red all of a sudden. She glared at Fang Yan angrily and said, "You're so annoying. Did you do it on purpose?" "What do you mean, I did it on purpose?" Fang Yan felt even more strange and said, "I just came over, so I don't know what happened. That's why I asked you. Why are you like this?" "I'm ignoring you." Yezi stomped her feet and ran to the backyard. Obviously, she went to inform Yi Ro that Fang Yan was here. Fang Yan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He handed the basket in his hand to the maid, Xiao Mei, and said, "Send it to the kitchen." Xiao Mei took it with a smile and said, "Young master, our family has also grown the vegetables you sent, how can they be the same?" Fang Yan said with his eyes wide open. "Look at these vegetables. Don't they look different from the vegetables in your house?" Xiao Mei looked at them seriously. The maid said, "No. Not careful." Fang Yan said, "Not careful enough." Da Vinci said that there are no two eggs that are exactly the same in the world, and it is impossible for there to be two eggplants that are exactly the same in the world. Stop talking nonsense and quickly send it in. Fang Yan wanted to watch the show from the side, but the show just had to come to him. Yi Fengsheng suddenly appeared behind him and whispered in his ear, "Little Yanzi, you have to think of a way to save me." Fang Yan was tall and thin, while Yi Fengsheng was as fat as a ball. Therefore, when he hid behind Fang Yan, it was like a person holding a leaf to cover his body. Sure enough, Bailey Lu discovered Yi Fengsheng's whereabouts. He leaped and punched towards where Fang Yan was standing. Chapter 7:15. The fist wind whistled, and the powerful qi crisscrossed. A majestic aura swept towards where Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng were standing. It was like a giant tornado had suddenly appeared, engulfing the two of them in an overwhelming manner. A seemingly solid black veil appeared above Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng's heads. That was the place where the wind from the fists gathered. The murderous aura released by the fists tore and collided with the surrounding air, giving off tiny explosive sounds. The murderous aura condensed above their heads and no longer dispersed, waiting for Bailey Lu's fist, which was the real killing move, to arrive and detonate the entire strong wind boundary. The Bailey clan started with their fists and became famous through their fists. The Bailey clan's godly fist was the strongest and most tyrannical fist, and also the fiercest and most courageous fist. Their fist manuals were filled with phrases such as "one punch, no return, injuring 3,000 enemies, injuring 800. The peak of the Bailey clan's godly fist technique was when the boxing lunatic Bailey Feng was still alive. Bailey Feng had a nickname called Bailey Lunatic because his fist technique was exquisite and he fought with no regard for his own life. He was also called Bailey Lunatic. Bailey Feng entered the way with his fists. His 100 miles godly fists were extremely effective in his hands. Countless experts of the Jianghu were sent flying by his fists. They did not even have the strength to resist. For a period of time, there was even a saying that it was better to provoke the awakening celestial sword than to provoke the 100-mile fist. The awakening celestial sword was the famed weapon of Xiangxi's swift swordsman Zhao Jingshan. A single awakening celestial sword was unstoppable. Bai Li Feng used the crazy fist to conquer the heavenly Tao, but he didn't expect that he would really become a madman. After failing to climb the mountain, he spent his days shouting that someone was out to kill him and that he was going to commit suicide. In the end, he really committed suicide. Bailey Feng was the Bailey clan's most likely expert to successfully climb the heavenly way. He was also an expert who was infinitely close to the heavenly way. Bailey Lu's death was a huge blow to the Bailey clan. There was even a saying that, godly fists do not enter the path. The godly fist could not enter the Tao. The people of the Bailey clan refused to accept this. Generation after generation worked hard, risking their lives, thinking of using their clan's ultimate arts to climb the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, the world was mostly like this. You wouldn't be rewarded just because you put in the effort. To this day, the Bailey family still did not have a single fist master who could successfully climb the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why Bailey Lu was so crazy. He toured the famous mountains and rivers all day long, looking for heroes all over the world to challenge. The pressure was huge. However, even if you're crazy, it's fine if you challenge others, but you can't just hit anyone you see, right? What if I can't beat you? Fang Yan cursed in his heart. Fang Yan, save me! Yi Fengsheng shouted from behind. Bailey Lu was obviously coming for Yi Fengsheng, but Yi Fengsheng's strength was not as good as Bailey Lu's. Moreover, he had a guilty conscience, so how could he have the courage to fight? Therefore, he placed his hopes on Fang Yan, who was standing in front of him. Fang Yan was his good brother, and Fang Yan was his cousin-in-law. Fang Yan's kung fu was good, and Fang Yan's character was wonderful. Fang Yan would not leave them in the lurch. Although Yi Fengsheng's face was full of shock, his heart was calm. He knew that Fang Yan would help him take this punch. Fang Yan gathered his energy in his dantian and took a step forward with his right foot. Yi Fengsheng's eyes were mesmerized, and he was very touched. His guess was right, Fang Yan had fought back, Fang Yan had fought back. If there was trouble, look for Fang Yan. Fang Yan would let you not be bothered anymore. Fang Yan tiptoed with his right foot and leaped high into the air. He struck out with his palm and pierced through the black gauze above his head, so cool. Yi Fengsheng crossed his arms in front of his chest, and there were hot tears in his eyes. Fang Yan's counterattack was so cool, and he jumped so high. Something's wrong. Yi Fengsheng's chubby cheeks suddenly puffed up. This was because he realized that Fang Yan had been flying all this time. He was like a rocket that had been shot straight up into the sky. Based on his reaction and flying height, if he didn't fly up into the sky like Zhou Xingxing did, and then rush down to kill Bai Lilu with the Buddha's palm, then there was only one possibility: he ran away. F***ck, he actually ran away. Yi Fengsheng's hair stood on end, and he felt like his whole body was about to explode. When Yi Fengsheng realized that something was wrong, it was already impossible to turn around and run away. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly gathered his strength. He took 2 steps forward, and clenched his fists to meet Bai Lilu's punch. Too late. Bai Lilu's fist was already in front of Yi Fengsheng's face. Fang Yan. Yi Fengsheng roared in anger. Pa! Their fists collided. However, without any surprise, Yi Fengsheng's body was like a rolling gourd as he tumbled backwards. One was prepared, and the other was a hasty response. One was ready to attack, and the other was an idiot. It was obvious that Yi Fengsheng was no match for Bai Lilu. Kacha! He knocked over a ginkgo tree in the yard, and his body fell heavily into the nursery. Fang Yan. Yi Fengsheng lay on the small sapling, and cried out Fang Yan's name. Aren't we friends? Aren't we friends? Aren't we people who love each other? Why? Why did you do this to me? Why did you jump so high? Fang Yan stood in the corner of the yard, and snatched half of the cucumber from Ye's hand. He took a bite, and said, I haven't seen you for a long time, and Bai Lilu's punching skills have improved. This punch is not flashy, not frivolous, and not opportunistic. It uses strength as the bone, courage as the flesh, and one punch. Ouch! Fang Yan touched the arm that Yi had pinched, and looked at Yi angrily. He said, didn't I just snatch half of your cucumber? Did you have to use so much strength? I was the one who brought this cucumber to you just now. Fang Yan, you still have the nerve to say that? Who wants the cucumber? Did I pinch you because of the cucumber? Yi looked at Fang Yan with disdain, and said, Yi Fengsheng is your good friend and brother. When he was in danger, you actually ran away. I didn't run away. Fang Yan explained, I was still watching from the side. Watching him get beaten up? Fang Yan nodded, and said, men always have to experience this day. You, Fang Yan smiled, and chewed on the cucumber. He watched Bai Lilu rush towards Yi Fengsheng, who was lying on the ground. He sat on Yi Fengsheng's body, and punched Yi Fengsheng's face, and scolded, Yi Fengsheng, you bastard. Yi Fengsheng held his head with both hands, and shouted, don't hit my face, don't hit my face. Help. Bai Lilu punched him again, and roared angrily, Yi Fengsheng, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off. Bang, bang, help, help. Bai Lilu seemed to have a deep hatred for Yi Fengsheng. He kept punching Yi Fengsheng's head, chest, and all the parts of his body that could be hit. Bai Lilu lay there, howling like a pig being slaughtered. He shouted for help and scolded Fang Yan at the same time, Fang Yan, you bastard. You're not loyal to your friends. Help. Someone, help me, Fang Yan, did you give birth to a son? Mimi. Help, he's beating me to death, Fang Yan, you bastard, I'm going to cut off all ties with you. Fang Yan looked aggrieved, and said to Yi, who was standing next to him, tell me, who did I offend? It was clearly Bai Lilu who was beating him. Yi snorted, and was not willing to talk to Fang Yan at all. Is your Yi family still reasonable? Fang Yan said with a bitter smile. Bailey Qingzhu rushed over, hugged her brother's arm, and cried, brother. Brother, don't hit him anymore, you're going to kill him. Bai Lilu wanted to hit him again, but his sister held his arm tightly and refused to let go, so he could not use too much force. Let go. Bai Lilu sighed. Brother, this has nothing to do with Fengsheng, it's me. I blame myself, you're still speaking up for him. Bai Lilu wanted to punch him again. Blame me, blame me. Yi Fengsheng hurriedly apologized, and said, it's all my fault. Don't blame Qingzhu. I didn't blame Qingzhu at all. Bai Lilu wanted to hit him again. Brother. Bailey Qingzhu was angry. She hugged her brother's arm, and said, can't we talk nicely? Yes, yes. Talk nicely. Fang Yan walked over with a cucumber in his mouth, and advised, it's not a big deal, why do you have to get physical? Let the people outside see it as a joke. What did you say? It's not a big deal. Bai Lilu punched Yi Fengsheng's head, do you know what this fatso did? He shouldn't have done anything. Fang Yan said, he's a human, right? You. Bai Lilu's face turned green and white, and he stared at Fang Yan, and said, you know everything, and you still dare to say that it's not a big deal? It's not a big deal to begin with, Fang Yan said with a serious face. How old is your sister this year? 21. She's an adult, right? What are you trying to say? Yi Fengsheng and your sister are both adults, and they have the ability to be responsible for their own actions. No matter what happened between them, that's their business. They haven't gotten married officially, and they're all ready. Bai Lilu sat on Yi Fengsheng's fat belly, and said angrily. I know. Fang Yan nodded, and said, this is Yi Fengsheng's fault. What kind of man is a martial arts practitioner if he can't even control his lower body? But now that you've beaten him up, your anger has subsided. Alright, I know, it hasn't completely subsided, but it's at least half subsided, right? So, can't we just settle the rest of the matter? If you beat him to death, then this official marriage really can't be realized. Yes. Yi Fengsheng nodded repeatedly, and said, I'm not an irresponsible man. Fang Yan, you bastard, I want to break off all ties with you, even if you scold me. Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengsheng, and said with a face full of sincerity, I will still help you. Chapter 716. Even if you scold me, I will still help you. Fang Yan acted like he was doing this for Yi Fengsheng's sake. Yi Fengsheng blinked his big eyes and didn't know how to fight back. Bailey Lu looked at Fang Yan mockingly and sneered, Who ran so fast just now? I haven't seen you for such a long time, but your jumping ability has improved. This idiot. Yezi despised Fang Yan to the extreme. When his brother was in trouble, he bounced away like a cannonball, but his brother was beaten up like a pig's head. Such a man was too disloyal, right? And he still had the cheek to say something like, even if you scold me, I'll still help you. Those who were not loyal always liked to say things like, supremely righteous, but those who were truly righteous would never say such nonsense. He's not an idiot. Yi Ro stood behind Yezi and retorted softly. Ah. Yezi was shocked. She patted her chest and said, Sister, when did you come? I just came, Yi Ro said softly. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? You scared me to death by suddenly talking. Yezi complained. Of course he's not an idiot, he's very smart. When he saw danger coming, he ran faster than anyone else. How can such a person be an idiot? I scolded him wrongly, I should have scolded him for being a bastard. Yi Ro looked at Yezi's delicate and pretty side profile and asked, is Fang Yan closer to Bailey Lu or Yi Fengsheng? Of course it's Yi Fengsheng. I used to think so, but look at him just now, he's so embarrassed. Why did Bailey Lu come to our house to find trouble with Yi Fengsheng? I don't know, but it sounds like it has something to do with Bailey Qingzhu. Could it be that Yi Fengsheng and Bailey Qingzhu have already? Yezi blushed and asked curiously. Bailey Lu came here in a fit of anger, so he naturally needs to vent his anger. Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng are close. If Fang Yan fought with him for Yi Fengsheng, what would the result be? Yi Ro continued to ask. Yezi thought about it seriously and said, do you mean that Fang Yan deliberately avoided Bailey Lu in order not to anger him? In order to not ruin Yi Fengsheng and Bailey Qingzhu's happy occasion, he sent his good friend, Yi Fengsheng out to be beaten up by Bailey Lu? Yi Wen nodded and said, that's right. Humph, I don't believe it. Yezi still couldn't believe Fang Yan's character. She said, Sister, your heart and soul have been hooked by him. He just said that cucumbers were more bitter than bitter melons, and you would definitely say that cucumbers were more bitter than bitter melons. You believe whatever he says. I think Yi Fengsheng might have offended him in some way, and he bore a grudge against him. That's why he sent that idiot Yi Fengsheng away. Yi Ro thought for a moment and nodded. It's possible. Yezi looked at Yi Ro helplessly and said, Sister, why did you give up so easily? What about your principles? What about your beliefs? What about your love? Yi Ro glanced at her indifferently and said, he would indeed do such a thing. Fang Yan saw that Yi Ro had arrived, but he didn't know what they were talking about. He stuffed the cucumber in his hand into his mouth, and when he spoke, there was a hint of green in his voice. He said, get up, get up. Let's talk things out. Although Yi Fengsheng is fatso, pressing him like this, what if he loses weight? Fang Yan thought that Yi Fengsheng's facial features were actually very good. If he really lost weight, he would be a challenge to his position as the captain of Swallow Doc's Prince Charming team and as the face of the team. In comparison, he quite liked being friends with Fatso. Brother. Bailey Qingzhu grabbed her brother's arm and said, get up. Bailey Lu hesitated for a moment. He knew that if Fang Yan didn't help and Yi Fengsheng didn't fight back, he wouldn't be able to continue fighting. He climbed up from Bailey Lu's body and shook off the dust on his body. He stared fiercely at Yi Fengsheng and said, Yi Fengsheng, you must give our Bailey family an explanation. You actually dared to do such a thing. Do you think our Bailey family is easy to bully? Bailey Qingzhu ran over to help Yi Fengsheng up, but she didn't succeed. Yi Fengsheng was too fat. Fang Yan liked to see this kind of situation happen. He ran over happily and pulled Yi Fengsheng's arm to help him up from the ground. He helped him tidy up the grass and dirt on his body and asked with concern, Fengsheng, are you okay? Fang Yan, I want to break off all ties with you. Yi Fengsheng's expression was ferocious as he roared fiercely. You still don't want to solve the problem? Fang Yan asked indifferently. Yi Fengsheng blinked his eyes and his fat face was full of smiles. He said, "What a joke. How can a relationship of several decades be broken just like that? How can I break off all ties with you? How many years have we known each other? I've known you since I was born. Are you really willing to help me solve my problem?" "That depends on what problem it is," Fang Yan said. "Actually, it's not a big problem," Yi Fengsheng said. "How big is not a big problem?" Yi Fengsheng pulled Fang Yan's sleeve to the corner of the wall and said in a low voice, "Qingzhu is pregnant." Fang Yan's expression stiffened. Then, he began to rejoice that he had dodged just now. If he hadn't dodged, Bailey Lu's anger would have reached his heart. Perhaps he would still be fighting with his life now. Who asked his good brother and his sister to create a new life? "What's with your expression?" Yi Fengsheng said angrily. "You also know. Between men and women, it's very easy for things to go wrong. At that time, I didn't think that it would be so easy." Fang Yan composed himself and looked at Yi Fengsheng's fat face. He asked very seriously, "What do you want to do?" "I haven't thought about it yet," Yi Fengsheng said. "What do you mean by haven't thought about it yet?" Fang Yan said, gritting his teeth. Yi Fengsheng thought for a while, then looked at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, you know. I've always wanted to go out and see. Whether it's the North Sea or the Gobi Desert, or go to extremely cold places. I want to go out and see while I'm still young. Swallow Dock is too small, I want to go out and see. But now that you have a child, I know, but I'm not ready yet. My fierce tiger fist has just become a tiger, I want to have another breakthrough, but now that you have a child," Yi Fengsheng looked at Fang Yan and asked, "What do you think I should do?" "Get married," Fang Yan said. "Marry Bailey Qingzhu and make her your wife," Yi Fengsheng opened his mouth and said, "It's not that I don't want to marry her, but, since you're willing, then marry her," Fang Yan said firmly. He knew that Yi Fengsheng had premarital phobia. For a young man who always laughed and played around, it was very difficult for him to make a decision when he suddenly encountered something like this. He did not have much experience in relationships, and this was his first time experiencing the life of a married couple. He thought that after marriage, he would lose his freedom. He had not even thought about whether there would be any problems living with another woman, but this was his responsibility, an obligation that he had to bear. Yi Fengsheng stared at Fang Yan with wide eyes. He did not understand why he was so determined. Fang Yan sighed and said, "We grew up together with Qingzhu, and I also treat her like a younger sister." "You like Qingzhu in your heart, don't you?" "Yes." Yi Fengsheng nodded. Regarding this, he did not hide it. "Qingzhu and you are in love with each other, and you are willing. Since this has already happened, you can't blame anyone else. However, Qingzhu is pregnant with your child, so both of you must stand up and bear the responsibility. Qingzhu has already stood up, do you not dare to?" "Who says I don't dare? I just don't know what to do. Am I right? This is the first time you've experienced something like this, and you don't know how to handle it, right? You can't imagine your future life, so you're afraid, right? You seem to be very good at it. Don't tell me you've already been married. Don't lie to my cousin, if you lie to her, she will kill you." "Of course I've never been married," Fang Yan said angrily. "We're talking about you now, don't drag me into it. Also, if you don't stand up and bear the responsibility, do you think the Bailey family will let this go?" "Bailey Lu will kill you," Fang Yan said. "Everyone in the Bailey family will want to kill you," Fang Yan said. Fang Yan's words were not an alarmist. Swallow Dock was located at the junction of the old and the new era. Although many people in the village drove luxury cars and used mobile phones and all kinds of modern home appliances, some old traditions were still preserved. Furthermore, every family valued their reputation very much. A young woman getting pregnant before marriage was considered a big deal in Swallow Dock, a very, very big deal. This was also the reason why Bailey Lu came to the Yi family to beat them up after he got the news, and until now, no one in charge of the Yi family had come out to scold him. Everyone knew that the Yi family was in the wrong, so they had to let the Bailey family calm down first. Fang Yan tidied up Yi Fengsheng's clothes and said with a smile, "Fengsheng, you've grown up, and we've all grown up. Although we still play and joke like before, play the games we liked to play when we were young, and tell childish jokes. But, there are some responsibilities that we have to bear. You have a child, and you're the father of a child. So, you have to stand up, marry the woman you like, and give your child a warm home. I think this is much braver and greater than you going to the North Sea, the Gobi Desert, and the Arctic." Chapter 717. Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng whispered to each other. Yi sneered and said, "Fang Yan is not a good man. He will definitely persuade Yi Fengsheng to leave. Yi Fengsheng has always wanted to go to Huaqing with him. If uncle hadn't stopped him, fearing that he wouldn't be able to control himself after going to Huaqing, he would have run away long ago." Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan tenderly with a slight smile on her lips. Since her relationship with Fang Yan was confirmed, she didn't know why she always looked at him and thought about him. Even if she didn't say a word and just looked at him quietly, she felt extremely happy and satisfied. Hearing Yi Rou's words, Yi Rou shook her head gently and said, "Fang Yan is not such a person, sister, why are you speaking for him again? Have you forgotten? How many girls came to see him when he was in mourning in Swallow Dock? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin don't need to be mentioned. They would come every few days. Teacher and student relationship? Which student would treat their teacher like this? And that Qin Tian, she clearly wants to compete with you. Look at her expression when she looks at Fang Yan. Look at what she has done for Fang Yan. And do you know what gift she gave him for the first time? Fang Yingxiong secretly told me that the so-called red heart black jade was priceless. It was said that a small piece could buy a courtyard house in Yanjing City. Also, that black turtle ointment, the two big red dragons that the Fang family raised in the living room. Aren't they ashamed? A girl gave so many gifts for the first time. Does she want to buy a man? That's too much." The more Yi Rou said, the angrier she became. She felt more and more indignant for her sister. She said, "And Xia Tian, how could he have anything to do with the big star Xia Tian? And that. Sister, I don't mean to criticize you, but you are too naive and have no experience in love. You don't know that men are very greedy when it comes to love. They want whatever they see. How can they be satisfied? So, you must never be deceived by her. The deeper the love, the deeper the scar." "I won't," Yi Rou said calmly. "Sister, I can feel it." "Feel what?" "He cares about me," Yi Rou said. "Just like I care about him." Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Here we go again." There it was again. "Are you going to tell me the story of how he risked his life to save you after you failed to climb the heavenly axiom? Why didn't he mention it when you risked your life to save him? He will keep it in his heart." "Keep it in your heart?" "I'm just afraid that he has already forgotten. You still have to be wary of her, those girls are too beautiful. Especially that Qin Tian. Although we look so arrogant, men are all cheap wretches. When they see such a woman, they are like a wolf that sees a bone and want to pounce on her." What was that saying again? Conquer. Men have a conquering nature in their bones. Do you think you know men very well? Yi Rou looked at her sister who had lived in Yanjing for a long time and asked softly. "Ha, I've seen too much. Too many romantic things have happened around me. A girl in our dorm was successfully pursued by a guy. She washed and cooked for him every day, bought him clothes and shoes, and treated him like he was her own son. The two of them lived together outside, but she accidentally got pregnant. The girl wanted to call her boyfriend to discuss how to solve the problem together, but the guy's phone was turned off. She came back crying and said that she wanted to commit suicide. My dormitory sisters couldn't stand it anymore and sent people to find the boy. Do you know where they found him? In another girl's rental house. It turned out that he had more than one girlfriend. Yi-ro knew there were all kinds of disgusting things happening outside. She also knew that in this era where people lost their faith, people were very presumptuous and casual about their own feelings. But she believed in herself and was also willing to believe in Fang Yan. Ye's words were very serious, but she was not angry about it. Because only those who were stabbed in the heart and hidden pain would be really angry. She knew that Yi did it for her own good. Yi thought that she stayed in Swallow Dock all day, so she didn't know the evil of people, the fickleness of the world, and the fragility of feelings. Yi-ro looked at Yi and said softly, "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Fang Yan won't take Yi Fengsheng away." Yi-ro said, "He will persuade Yi Fengsheng to take this responsibility." "Impossible." Yi-ro opened her eyes wide and said, "Well, I'll bet with you." "What do you want to bet?" "If you lose, go and apologize to Fang Yan." Yi-ro said. Yi-ro thought for a while and nodded. She said, "Okay, I promise you." "But what if you lose?" "I apologize to you." "No, you're my sister. I don't want you to apologize for me." Yi-ro rolled her dark eyes and thought quickly. She said, "If you lose, you'll go shopping with me in Yanjing for a day. I can arrange the whole day. How about it?" Yi-ro thought for a while. Although she didn't like shopping, she still agreed. She said, "Okay. I'd like to see if Fang Yan is like what you said." "Hey," he took Yi Fengsheng to see Bailey Lu. Fang Yan took Yi Fengsheng and walked in front of Bailey Lu and Bailey Qingzhu. Bailey Lu frowned and said, "Fang Yan, what are you two whispering about? This matter needs to be resolved by the elders of the Yi family. Can you handle it on behalf of the Yi family?" Fang Yan smiled and waved his hand. He said, "This matter doesn't need to be resolved by some elder. It needs to be discussed and decided by the two parties involved." Fang Yan looked at Bailey Qingzhu and said, "Qingzhu's meaning is already very clear. As brothers, we can also do it." Bailey Qingzhu blushed. She also felt that she had lost face after such a thing happened. The elders of the family still didn't know, but her brother, who had just returned from outside, understood the details. Her brother's personality was insolent. Once he heard of this, he flew into a rage and ran to the Yi family to seek justice for her. Bailey Qingzhu was almost angered to death by her brother's idiocy. With such a ruckus, wouldn't the elders of the two families know? Bailey Lu looked at his sister and said, "What do you mean? You want to say that my sister must marry Yi Fengsheng no matter what?" "No, no." Yi Fengsheng hurriedly explained. He looked sincerely at Bailey Qingzhu and said, "It's me who must marry her no matter what." Yi Fengsheng knelt on one knee and looked into Bailey Qingzhu's eyes. He said, "Little Zhu, you know my feelings for you. I also understand your feelings for me. To be honest, I wasn't prepared for such a thing to happen. I always felt that I was still a child. Why did I suddenly have a child? After I heard the news, I didn't know what to do. I even hid and didn't dare to pick up your call. I'm a bastard, I deserve to die. I know you must have been very sad at that time. I've let you down. I also felt very sad in my heart. I felt that no matter what, as a man, I should have stood up at that time, hugged you and said it's okay. We'll bear this together. But at that time, I didn't do it, and I didn't do it well. I've always wanted to go out and have a look. I've always wanted to go out and explore. I've always wanted to train our Yi family's ferocious tiger fist to the middle stage of tiger. I've always felt that there are still many things that I haven't done. I've always thought that I still have a very, very long time, but you suddenly told me that we have a child. We're going to get married." Yi Fengsheng's eyes reddened. He reached out and held Bailey Qingzhu's small hand tightly. He said, "Even now, I'm still not prepared, but I'm willing to bear it with you. I want to marry you, I want to make you my wife. I want to raise this child with you." Just now, Fang Yan told me that to stand up and marry the woman you like, to give your child a warm home, is much braver than going to the North Sea, the Gobi Desert, or the extremely cold land, and much more noble. I don't care if it's brave or not, and I don't care if it's noble or not, I just want to do it. Because this is what I think in my heart. I want to marry you, I want to make you my wife, I want to be the child's father. The muscles on Fang Yan's face twitched again and again. This bastard, how can you change your lines so casually? Although the effect is better after you changed it, but, have you ever thought about my feelings? Stepping on your friend's shoulders to show off your own greatness, is this really a man's way of doing things? Please open your eyes and look, your cousin's future wife, Yi Rou, is standing at the side and watching, Fengsheng. Bailey Qingzhu was tricked as expected. She threw herself into Yi Fengsheng's strong embrace. Yi Fengsheng fumbled in his clothes for a while, and finally took out a piece of Maitreya Buddha jade from his neck. He said, "Men wear guanyin, women wear Buddha. When I was young, my body was very weak, so my ancestor gave me this jade to keep me safe. This is the only valuable thing I have on me. I'll give it to you as my proposal gift." Yi Fengsheng pushed Bailey Qingzhu away, looked at her eyes that were red from crying, and asked, "Qingzhu, are you willing to marry me?" "I am willing." Bailey Qingzhu's tears flowed down in large droplets. As she wiped her tears, she nodded continuously. Thus, Yi Fengsheng put the piece of jade in his hand on Bailey Qingzhu's neck, and then forcefully pulled her back into his embrace. Qingzhu, Fengsheng, just like in the movies, after the male and female leads called each other's names, they hugged each other even more tightly. The rims of Fang Yan's eyes were also red. He walked in front of Yi Rou, reached out and hugged her, saying, "I'm so touched, I'm about to cry." Chapter 718. Yi Rou was too serious, so Fang Yan was always too frivolous. Yi Rou was cold and indifferent. She was quite shy in her bones. It was impossible for her to take the initiative to express her affection to a man. However, a couple should take the initiative. Therefore, Fang Yan took the role of the main attacker. Yi Rou didn't care about Fang Yan at all. Otherwise, life would be so boring if they both stood there like two unrelated tree stumps. Fang Yan leaned his head on Yi Rou's shoulder and smelled the fresh fragrance from Yi Rou's neck. Yi Rou was very tall and looked thin, but her body was quite plump. Her waist was slender, and her chest was full. Every part of her body was extremely well-proportioned and beautiful. Fang Yan hugged Yi Rou's body with both hands and said emotionally, "Yi Fengsheng is already a father, but I, as his big brother, am still a virgin. The most important thing in the martial world is face. Am I very shameless now?" Yi Rou nodded and said, "Yes. I don't want to either." Fang Yan sighed and said, "I'm getting older and older, and my family is starting to urge me. You want to marry me? Well, why are you asking so directly? If you want to marry me, I will marry you." Yi Rou said with a serious face. "Ha ha ha, that's great. I'll go back and prepare now." Fang Yan thought Yi Rou was so cute. How could he not marry such a lovely Yi Rou? And he wanted to marry her now, as soon as possible. Yi sneered and said, "He wants to marry me, but he needs the consent of our family. Uncle and the others will definitely not agree. Even if the ancestors help you, it will be useless." Yi Rou glanced at Yi and said, "They will agree." Yi Rou didn't say what would happen if they didn't agree. She just said with certainty, "They will agree." Fang Yan held Yi Rou's hand tightly and said with a smile, "I will definitely marry you, and you also want to marry me by all means. What else in the world can separate us?" "Mistress," Yi quickly added. "Yi." Fang Yan stared at Yi with his teeth clenched. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. The more she changes, the more annoying she becomes. He remembered that she used to support his relationship with Yi Rou. When they met in the village several times, she was very polite to him. When she saw him walking with Yi Ro, she would also tease him with a cheeky smile. Is this girl having a bad sex life recently? Yezi. Yi Ro knew that Yezi was trying to defend her, but what she knew was not a big deal. Have you forgotten our bet just now? Yezi puffed up her cheeks like a goldfish and stared at Fang Yan without blinking. After a long time, she said with difficulty, I'm sorry. After that, he turned around and ran into the courtyard. Bet? Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro in confusion and asked, what did you bet? I said you would definitely persuade Yi Fengsheng to take responsibility. How did you know? Because you are such a person. Yi Ro looked at Fang Yan with pity in her eyes. Otherwise, how could you be so tired? Fang Yan could only hold Yi Ro tighter. This woman's figure was really good. Fang Yan. A stern shout came. Yi Dawen came out of the backyard and saw the guy holding his daughter. His eyes began to burn with murderous intent. He didn't want to blame his baby daughter. It was just that Fang Yan, the bastard, was touching her. The elders of the Yi family didn't come out before because they knew that the Bailey family was angry. It was good to let them vent in the yard. What made them even more embarrassed was that Bailey Lu came to them with his pregnant sister, but Yi Fengsheng, the bastard, didn't dare to show up. If the person involved didn't come out, how could they explain it to others? He also wanted to test Yi Fengsheng. If he only ran away when he encountered this kind of thing, then his future would be nothing more than this. Now that the battle was over and Xiaomei reported that the matter had been solved perfectly, Yi Dawen had to stand up and speak. No matter how well Fang Yan solved it, he was just a junior of the same age as Yi Fengsheng. He was not even a member of the Yi family. It was better to get the approval and blessing of the elders for the marriage of the younger generation. Yi Dawen was thinking about how to handle this matter beautifully. He was in the limelight, and he couldn't let the Bailey family have a grudge. After all, the two families would be considered in-laws in the future. He didn't expect to see such an unsightly scene as soon as he stepped out of the yard. If Fang Yan was holding another girl, Yi Dawen would just think that Fang Yan was a loose and frivolous person. However, the girl in his arms was his daughter, which made Yi Dawen feel particularly offended when he looked over. Fang Yan quickly let go of his left arm, but his right arm stayed behind Yi Ro's waist and gently massaged it. He said with a face full of concern, how do you feel now? In the future, you must pay attention to the fact that your body hasn't fully recovered, and you can't do too intense exercise. Now is not the time for you to rush to practice. Much better, Yi Ro said expressionlessly. She didn't have many expressions on her face. Fang Yan had set up the stage, and she only needed to say a few lines. I used our Fang family's 3 parts 5 mountains hand, which is a kind of treatment method that perfectly combines the qi of Tai Chi with the human body's acupuncture points. You know, Tai Chi belongs to Taoism. Since ancient times, medicine and Taoism have been inseparable. When it comes to taking elixirs to nourish the body, we are better at it. Yi Ro nodded again. Being seen by her father hugging a man, she was really a little embarrassed as a daughter. After all, she was a child from Swallow Dock, and her mind was not so open. It was said that when many young couples made love in the room, their parents would take the initiative to give them condoms for fear of accidents. Poor parents in the world. Fang Yan, what are you doing? Yi Dawen shouted. He was tall, and he came in a fit of anger. He looked fierce and majestic. Massage. Fang Yan explained seriously and said, Ruru was seriously injured last time, and her body won't recover in a short time. She can't do strenuous exercise, and she can't practice martial arts. You have to keep an eye on her. Don't underestimate these sprains. They may develop into hidden dangers in the future. But uncle, don't worry. I used our family's 3 parts 5 mountains hand to push away the blood clots in her body and let the moisture out. She will be fine soon. Yi Dawen stared at Fang Yan with sharp eyes. He naturally didn't believe Fang Yan's nonsense, but he couldn't expose his nonsense. As a father, did he have to check whether his daughter's waist was injured or not? Under Yi Daowen's gaze, Fang Yan finally finished the healthcare treatment in his hand. He clapped his hands and said, "Well, go back and lie down. If there is nothing important, try not to walk around these 2 days." Only then did Fang Yan turn his eyes to Yi Daowen's face. He said with a smile, "Uncle, are you here to deal with the matter of Fengsheng? Congratulations, the Yi family is going to have another child." Yi Daowen's eyes were cold. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he turned around and walked in the direction of Bai Lilu and Yi Fengsheng. Fengsheng is too young. He did something that caught everyone off guard. This is the fault of our Yi family after all. We will also bear this responsibility. Yi Daowen looked at Bai Lilu and said such words. However, marriage can't be taken lightly. I will personally bring Fengsheng to the Bai family to propose marriage. I also need to discuss the details of the wedding with the elders of your family. Bai Lilu knew Yi Daowen's position in the Yi family. Among the 3 tigers of the Yi family, his position was not the highest, and his martial arts was not the best. However, he was the well-deserved master of the Yi family. He also made decisions on some matters, big or small. He came to say such words to him and even had the intention of apologizing. Thus, Bai Lilu could not wantonly ridicule him. Uncle is right. Marriage matters should be decided by the elders of the 2 families. As an older brother, I can only help my younger sister vent her anger. Bai Lilu glanced at Yi Fengsheng and Bailey Qingzhu, who were still hugging each other and unwilling to separate. He said, "I also did some rash things. I hope that uncle will not take it to heart." Yi Daowen smiled and said, "What you did was right. If you didn't do it, I would have beaten that brat up. How could I allow him to escape and shrink back from this kind of thing?" After talking for a while, Bai Lilu bid farewell to Yi Daowen. "Yi Fengsheng, come in here. Wen Nuan, you come with me." Yi Daowen shouted as he left. Yi Wen looked at Fang Yan. Fang Yan smiled and patted her shoulder. He said, "Go, I also have something to do." Yi Wen nodded and followed behind her father to the backyard. Fang Yan sighed powerlessly and lifted his feet to walk out of the Yi family's house. "Fang Yan!" Bai Lilu shouted. Fang Yan turned around and looked at Bai Lilu, who had left the Yi family a step earlier but had now appeared behind him. He said, "What's the matter? If you want to laugh at me, I advise you to bear with it. Otherwise, I will be very angry." "You killed Bai Xiu?" Bai Lilu stared coldly at Fang Yan and asked. Fang Yan looked at Bai Lilu thoughtfully and said, "It looks like you don't have a good relationship with that scum Bai Xiu." "What? You want to seek revenge for him?" "I want to seek revenge for him." Bai Lilu shouted coldly. "Do you dare to have a good fight with me?" Chapter 719. Yi Daowen turned around and said to Yi Fengsheng, "Yi Fengsheng, go to the Great Ancestor with Qingzhu. The Great Ancestor wants to talk to you." "Okay." Yi Fengsheng agreed, but his eyes looked at Yi Rou. He was not stupid. He knew that his uncle wanted to talk to Yi Rou, and it should be about her and Fang Yan. He knew Yi Daowen's attitude, and even the attitude of the whole Yi family. But why? Why couldn't my cousin and Fang Yan be together? Yi Daowen instructed, and then he walked towards his study. He didn't ask Yi Rou to go back, so Yi Rou could only follow him into the study. While Bailey Lu was making trouble outside, Yi Daowen was probably reading in the study. When he came back again, the tea in the cup was still steaming, and an ancient book was open on the table. Yi Rou glanced at the title of the book, Notes on Kung Fu of the Southern School. Yi Daowen walked to the windowsill and opened the window. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, he said, "I'm afraid it's going to rain again." Yi Rou didn't say anything. She went straight to the bookshelf, took out a book, and casually flipped through it. Yi Daowen held the teacup and took a sip of tea. He looked at his daughter in front of him with a headache. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he didn't know how to say them. They had their own position, and they had to protect the Yi family's position. However, Yi Ro was obviously different from what they thought. She was a girl, and she had a man she liked. She was going to marry him, and as a father, he should give her his blessing. The sad thing was that he couldn't let her walk on that path. He had thought about this problem countless times in his heart. The three brothers had gathered together and discussed their opinions. The decision had been made a long time ago, but they had never had a good talk with Yi Ro. At that time, they all felt that this matter was not urgent, or they hadn't found a more suitable opportunity. But now they had to talk about it. When he walked out just now, he saw Fang Yan holding his daughter in front of others. With Yi Ro's character, she didn't refuse to push Fang Yan away. Yi Daowen knew that it was a little too late. While Yi Daowen was still deliberating over his words, Yi Ro had already spoken first, saying, "You can find a reason to convince me." Yi Daowen stared blankly for a moment before drinking another mouthful of fragrant tea. Originally, this top-grade dragon tongue orchid was fragrant, but now, he felt that there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He must be feeling bitter, right? With this in mind, Yi Daowen said, "It's impossible for you and Fang Yan." "Reason," Yi Ro said. Her eyes were still on the book in her hand, and her voice was very calm. There was no sign of agitation or anger. She seemed to be saying, "Give me a reason. As long as you give me a reason, I will be convinced." However, Yi Daowen knew that it was difficult to convince his daughter. His train of thought was interrupted by his daughter's sudden words. Yi Daowen could only reorganize his words and say, "Although you failed to climb the heavenly law this time, you're still young. You're the child with the best aptitude in our Yi family. As long as you don't give up, conquering the heavenly law is only a matter of time. Next year. Or the year after. At that time, our Yi family will have a heavenly law expert. Do you know how many years we've been waiting for this? We often say, it's difficult to enter the path of the divine fist. The Bailey family has practiced the fist for generations, but they've never been able to enter the path. We've waited for so many years and hoped for so many years, but there's not a single heavenly law expert. What about our Yi family? Our Yi family's hope is on you, and our Yi family's honor is also on you. The Yi family has a heavenly law expert, and the Yi family once had a heavenly law expert. Others might say that many years ago, the Yi family also had a heavenly law expert. In the end, there was a heavenly law expert. The Yi family needs you, needs this honor, and needs this history. Which of these families who practice martial arts doesn't want to have a heavenly law expert? Just like those scholarly families in ancient times, which family doesn't want their own family to have a scholar? I also know that I'm being too selfish by saying this. As a parent, who doesn't want their children to live well and be happy? However, in my position, I have to consider the interests and reputation of the entire family. It's not just me, but also your grandfathers and uncles. Yi Ro finally raised her head. Her expression was still calm, but there was a hint of mockery in her tone. She looked at her father and said, "Is it because I'm too outstanding?" "I've said it before. You've always been the most outstanding," Yi Daowen said. On this point, he was also very proud of his daughter. "Because I'm too outstanding, I can't get married and can't leave the Yi family." "You can also get married. We've also discussed it. We can find a husband for you. You're outstanding in all aspects, and there are countless young talents who want to enter our Yi family. Your second and third uncles are also looking for someone outside for you. Whether it's from the government department or the military department, you have to find someone who can match you in all aspects. It's okay if you don't match up. As a husband and wife, one has to be strong while the other is weak. If both of them are too strong, it's not good for family harmony. Look for." Yi Ro squinted her eyes and smiled. She said, "Look for? Huh? Can one's own husband be looked for? The past is not the past. Even now in Swallow Dock, There are many couples who have never met before getting married, and they live very well afterward. But, I already have someone I like. Yi Ro said aloud. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I should have talked to you a long time ago. At that time, I thought that everyone also thought that young people's relationships were not very stable. Maybe they would break up after talking for a while. Now you think we won't break up? I do feel that way. Unfortunately, you couldn't convince me. Yi Ro said. She closed the book in her hand and prepared to leave. Yi Ro stopped and turned to look at her father. She knew that he was also in a difficult position. She also understood his difficulties, but she still said firmly, "You didn't convince me. Fang Yan is not a good match." Yi Daowen said. Because he's not outstanding enough? No, because he's too outstanding. Yi Daowen said, he's too outstanding and too ambitious. We can't control him, and we might even be controlled by him. We're still alive, and your second uncle and third uncle are also here. We can suppress him. If we're not here, and we're all old. Do you think there's anyone in the next generation of the Yi family who can suppress him? Isn't that good? If we can't suppress him, then let him become one of us, let him become one of our family. Isn't that good? Haven't we discussed this matter already? Your second uncle has talked to him in front of everyone. If he's willing to marry into the Yi family, and if the children you have are willing to have the surname Yi, we will not object to your marriage. We will even raise our hands in approval. But, he refused. He's not willing. The Yi family's expectations of you are too high. Everyone is waiting for you to climb the heavenly Tao. If you succeed, you'll be our Yi family's heavenly Tao expert. If you marry into the Fang family, you'll become the Fang family's heavenly Tao expert. At that time, will there still be people who will say, "Oh, Yi Ro, that's the Yi family's heavenly Tao expert"? Will there be people who think that? But I failed, but one day, you'll succeed. What if I can't succeed in my entire life? Yi Daowen used his palm to rub the rim of the teacup. He sighed softly and said, You're sulking like this. I know you have grievances in your heart. Saying these things to you makes me feel bad. But, you're still the Yi family's bloodline. You have to think of yourself as a part of the Yi family. If I marry into the Fang family, then I'm no longer a member of the Yi family. Yes, of course. But, you're even more of a member of the Fang family. Yi Daowen clenched the rim of his teacup tightly and said, if, and I'm saying if, a conflict occurs between the Yi family and the Fang family. Which side will you stand on? You see, you're also in a difficult position, right? I'll try my best to avoid this kind of thing from happening. It's too difficult. The Yi family has to charge forward, and the Fang family is the same. Just look at what Fang Yan has done. Yi Daowen sighed and said, if you weren't so outstanding, this matter would be very easy to handle. If Fang Yan wasn't so outstanding, this matter would be easy to handle. The key is that the two of you are too outstanding, you know. The teacher wants Fang Yan to be the teacher. He wants Fang Yan to take over his position and become the next teacher of Swallow Dock. Yi Ro thought for a moment and chuckled. She said, so, you think he took your position? I know you also want to be a teacher, so you don't agree to our marriage? It's not that I want to be a teacher. It's that the Yi family needs this teacher. Yi Daowen put down his teacup and rubbed his forehead with some pain. He said, you're my daughter. You're also very smart. There are some things I won't hide from you. Your second uncle is in politics and your third uncle is in the military. I've waited in Swallow Dock for so many years just for this position. I'm waiting for the teacher to retire or grow old. I'm waiting for this position. Could it be that you think I'm inferior to Fang Yan? Inferior to that young fellow? No one can deny that I'm the most suitable person for that position. I've also always been preparing for that position. I've been preparing for so long. I've been preparing for so many years. Perhaps I'm the same age as you. Yi Daowen's voice contained a sense of dignity and dominance. He said in a heavy voice, but, he wants to suppress me. That old fellow wants to suppress me. He wants to suppress our Yi family's Fang Yan. Fang Yan has become his accomplice. Chapter 720. The sky was gray, and dark clouds were rolling. It was as if a huge cloth was about to cover the sky. The wind had stopped, but the rain arrows that could pierce through the darkness didn't fall in time. She felt like she was surrounded by a dome, and it was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe. Although the windows were open, the room still made her feel restless. She had the urge and desire to walk out of the room, to the yard, and into the rain. It would be best if there was a heavy rain. Yi Rou stood at the door and thought for a long time. She said, if Fang Yan can become a teacher of Swallow Dock, I'll be happy. Rou! Yi Daowen shouted. Between him and Fang Yan, his daughter was supporting another man. It made him very uncomfortable as a father. Yi Rou wasn't overwhelmed by her father's aura. She still looked calm. She sighed softly. This choice made her feel very uncomfortable. It's not that Fang Yan is more important than you. You're my father. You gave me everything I have. In my heart, no one is more important than you, Yi Rou said softly, as if she was explaining something. But Fang Yan is indeed more suitable than you. He's capable, intelligent, and selfless. Or rather, he doesn't have too much selfishness. He wants Swallow Dock to be Swallow Dock. He respects it, and doesn't want to use it to achieve his own achievements and ambitions. That's because he hasn't reached that position yet. When he becomes a teacher of Swallow Dock, when he has enough power, his ambition will be greater than anyone else's. He won't be able to suppress it. Anyone in that position would have done the same thing. What about a teacher? A teacher is still a teacher. A former teacher is still a teacher. What makes you think I can't be a teacher? What makes you think I can't be a teacher like Long Qianxiang? Because you want too much. What about Fang Yan? His thoughts are more complicated, and his methods are more ruthless. But he's a good person, Yi Rou said softly. Even if he wants something, he'll do it in a righteous way. He won't hurt those innocent people. It's just a one-sided story. Also, Yuan Rou turned around and looked at Yi Daowen's face that was dark from anger. She said, you said that you waited for many years, you said that you stayed in Swallow Dock for the position of teacher. What if Bai Xiu was still alive? If Bai Xiu was still alive, how would you treat him? Impudent! Yi Daowen shouted in a stern voice. There are many smart people in this world, Yi Rou said fearlessly. Her voice was still soft, as if she was worried that someone outside would hear her. You're not the smartest person, and neither am I, Yi Rou sighed again, opened the door, and walked out. Boom! A loud clap of thunder came from the distant horizon. Lightning streaked across the sky, lighting up Yi Wen's beautiful face. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were turbulent. She walked to the courtyard and stood in the small courtyard, looking up at the dark sky. Walala! The torrential rain poured down on her face and body. Yi Rou stretched out her hand. The raindrops fell on her palm and splashed away. She enjoyed this moment of comfort and coolness very much. It was as if all the hair on her body had opened up. She knew that only the rain arrows could tear apart the endless darkness and boredom. Clang! Fang Yan's body was smashed heavily against the bluestone wall. His back was burning with pain, and all the bones in his body were about to break. His body slid down the smooth wall. Before he could slide to the ground, Bai Lilu had already rushed over and punched Fang Yan's chest. Swish! The fist passed through the rainforest, and countless raindrops were sent flying. The flying raindrops became indestructible bead arrows. The beads hit the wall and made a pa-pa sound. Then, they exploded and turned into countless denser and finer raindrops. Many raindrops fell on Fang Yan's body, but this kind of injury was meaningless to him. If he was an ordinary person, his chest and stomach might be red and purple, but for Fang Yan, it was nothing more than scratching an itch through his boots. Fang Yan's body was tense, and his back was tightly pressed against the stone wall, as if he was going to squeeze the stone wall until it burst. When his body was ready, he shouted, and his legs suddenly sprang up. He punched toward Bai Lilu's fist. Their fists collided, and then collided again, and again. Bai Lilu's godly fist was invincible. He had extremely high attainments in fists, and his strength was strong and fierce. Every punch had the power to split mountains and split stones. Although Fang Yan majored in Tai Chi, he did not use the softness of Tai Chi to overcome the hardness. Instead, he used force to meet force with force. Therefore, when their fists collided, the burst of strength was particularly shocking. Bang! Bang! Both of their bodies leaped into the air, and after a quick 7 punches and 12 kicks, their bodies began to fall. In the process of falling, the two of them were still entangled and did not separate. Bai Lilu punched toward Fang Yan's face, but Fang Yan turned his fist into a claw and grabbed Bai Lilu's wrist. Bai Lilu waved his fist to dodge, and Fang Yan buckled again. Bai Lilu dodged again, and Fang Yan buckled again. The two of them fought dozens of times in a row, and finally, Fang Yan seized the opportunity. As long as his claws touched Bai Lilu's skin, Bai Lilu could not escape. Fang Yan's body directly hit Bai Lilu's chest, and then with a shoulder, Bai Lilu's body flew out. Bang! Bai Lilu's body fell on the bluestone floor, and then he slid all the way back. The rainwater gathered on the ground was cut by his body, and it flowed in front and on both sides. Crack! Bai Lilu punched out, and a big hole was smashed on the bluestone floor by him. Half of his arm went into the hole. With his arm as the center, he turned his body 360 degrees in 2 circles, and only then did he completely remove Fang Yan's rhinoceros hit. With a punch, he stood up again. Walala! The rainwater poured down, and Fang Yan and Bai Lilu's faces and bodies were all wet. Blood oozed out of Bai Lilu's face, and it was instantly washed away by the rainwater on his face. When it oozed out again, it was washed away again. Therefore, it looked like his face was clean, and there were no wounds. Fang Yan grinned and said, "Do you still want to fight?" "I just warmed up, how can I not fight?" "Your face is broken." Fang Yan pointed to the wound on his face and said, "Cut the crap." Pa! Bai Lilu's shoes stepped on the floor, and the rainwater on the ground was pushed away by his powerful inner force. Then, his body rushed straight in the direction of Fang Yan. While sprinting, his right hand clenched into a fist. His fist faintly glowed with blue light, and the wet back of his hand instantly became dry. The rain was still light, but the pervasive raindrops splashed everywhere when they fell around his fist. Even more raindrops didn't have a chance to fly out, and as soon as they came into contact with the blue light, they immediately melted into transparent gas. He was like a fierce horse, and his fist energy was everywhere. Ha! Bai Lilu snorted and punched at Fang Yan's chest. This was a straight punch, and it was also a fair and square punch. He came straight at Fang Yan, and his punch was aimed at the important part of Fang Yan's body, which was also the part that must be saved. Star-shattering fist was the most powerful punch in the Bailey family's divine fist, and it was also the most difficult punch to practice. Fang Yan had heard from Bailey Lu that when the star-shattering fist was used, the entire arm would turn green. This was because all the energy in the body was gathered in that arm. A person's body might not be able to withstand the boundless energy and explode. However, the people of the Bailey family practiced skin and bones since they were young, and their bodies were extremely strong. Only their tyrannical and strong bodies could withstand such a method of exertion of strength qi. Bai Lilu had actually learned the star-shattering fist. Soon, Fang Yan shook his head. Bai Lilu's fist only glowed with blue light, but not the whole fist had turned blue. Moreover, the star-shattering fist not only made the fist turn blue, but also the whole arm and even the face would turn blue. Bai Lilu should have only touched the surface of the star-shattering fist, and it would take a long time for him to really master it. However, at his age, he was already considered a genius. Perhaps the curse of the divine fist being difficult to enter the path would be broken by him. Fang Yan did not dodge. He bent his body slightly, stretched out his hands, and waved them in the rain. His left foot was the center, and his right foot was drawing a circle in the rain. His hands waved faster and faster, and the rain from the sky was slapped away by his sleeves and palms. By the time his body turned into an illusory shadow, not a single drop of rain could fall on his body. His body became a transparent state of vacuum. Not a feather could fall, not a leaf could be added. Those who could practice to this level could already be called Grandmaster of Tai Chi. When Fang Yan waved Tai Chi, even the heavy rain could not fall on him. He was simply a monster that everyone feared. Bai Lilu sprinted in the rain, and his fist was getting closer and closer to Fang Yan's chest. In the process of running, the color of Bai Lilu's fist became darker, and the green light gradually converged, slowly shrinking into his flesh. Star-shattering fist, this was the real star-shattering fist. I've been tricked. Fang Yan was shocked. Bai Lilu, this bastard, actually hid his strength at this critical moment. He wanted to give Fang Yan a fatal blow at this moment. Pa! Bai Lilu punched Fang Yan's chest, and Fang Yan's body flew out. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.